Kathleen, are you going to make it or do we need to call 911 first? Welcome. It's 6 o'clock and we're here for the start of closed session. We welcome you to this time on the 9th of the first of the year. So that's great. The city welcomes those who want to come here and be a part of us live and also on Zoom. So thank you for being a part of both of those spaces. Would encourage everybody to silent their phones or devices. And if you do want to speak, and if you're on Zoom, just use raised hand. With that, I see that everybody is here and is accounted for, so I don't think that we need a formal roll call. Do you want to do one?
We're good. Everyone is present.
Oh, okay, everybody's here. Good. That's good. All right. I'm going to ask our city attorney to introduce us into closed session, please. Danny?
Yes, Honorable Mayor and members of the council, a closed session will be held with respect to two items tonight. Both involve real property negotiations that are authorized pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. The locations of the properties are one at 1762 Dale Road, and the other closed session item is it has a location that's identified by APNs 8655-007-900, 901, 902, and APN 8655-021-900.
Thank you, sir. And I will open public comment period. I don't see anybody here that is wanting to speak. Madam Clerk, is there anybody on Zoom that is wanting to speak?
No, Mayor.
All right, I will close our public comment period and adjourn us into closed session at 6:03.
Mayor, before we go into closed session,
Yes.
can I please request that council members take the elevator up to closed session as there's some construction going on in the lobby?
Thank you, and we will do that. All right, adjourned. Welcome. Great to have each one of you here tonight, and thank you to those people who are on Zoom. Welcome. I want to open us up in open session, but first have our city attorney report out on the action that we took in closed session, please. Dan?
Yes, thank you. The council convened a closed session with respect to two items. Both involved real property negotiations, which is authorized pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. The properties in question were one located at 1762 Dale Road, and the other is identified by assessor parcel numbers 8655-007-900, 901, 902, and APN 8655-021-900. The staff gave a status report on each, but no reportable action was taken.
Great. Danny, thank you. And once again, welcome to everybody. The first meeting of 2024. And believe me, it'll go by just this fast. So thank you for being here. As we always do, we always have prayer, and I'm happy to have Pastor Rio Martinez here tonight to pray for us. And then following his prayer, if Mr. Joe Cena would come up and lead us in our pledge. And if you're able to, please stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, as we find ourselves in the beginning of the new year, may we reflect on and learn from both the successes and struggles we experienced in 2023, knowing that we have much more to be hopeful for in 2024. The hurts, struggles, and disappointments we may have endured in 2023 are left behind us. May 2024 be a year of healing and restoration. The victories and accomplishments we celebrated in 2023 have not plateaued. The best is yet to come as we posture ourselves for a prosperous 2024. Whether good or bad, 2023 has passed. Behold, the opportunity for us to do good lay before us today. The prophet was right when he commanded, "Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing." Isaiah 43:18-19. With a new resolve in our hearts, may we heed the command to forget the former things. Let us not dwell on former successes and relish in the glory days, nor let us be hung up on missed opportunities and failures. Rather, let us trust in God, who is doing a new thing in Glendora and in us. Therefore, if God is in the business of doing new things, great things, amazing things, let us follow suit and strive to do such things. In His power, we will make 2024 the best year our proud city has experienced. Above all else, may 2024 be a year marked with love for all who call Glendora home. May this council and the people of Glendora be blessed, be hopeful, and be expectant that you, God, will guide them in peace and prosperity. In the name of Jesus, we pray, amen.
Amen. Joe?
Would everybody please put your right hand over your heart and repeat after me the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our nation. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, what a way to start. Pastor, thank you for a very good prayer, a timely prayer. And Joe, thank you for sharing with us and leading us in our pledge. Appreciate that. Okay. We were here at 6 o'clock, and I reported out that the council was all here, and we're still all here. So the roll call has been done. So that's a good thing. Does anybody wish to change or amend the agenda? Hearing and seeing none, then let the agenda stand. Okay, we will move right into public comment period. This is the time where citizens can opine on anything on the agenda or off. There's a timer that's up on the screens. We would request you stay within that time frame. direct everything to me. If those that are on Zoom wish to speak after anybody here speaks, then we will call on you, and please use the raised hand to share with us that you want to speak. So with that, I do have some cards here, so let's just get started. And I'll open the public comment period with Mrs. Chan, please. Hi. Please come up. It's great to have you here. I know you're going to speak about an event that we're all invited to, so please.
Happy New Year and good evening, Mayor Thompson, Mayor Pro Tem Brendodol, and council members. My name is Jenny Chen, and I'm here today as a member of Glendora Together. Our group makes up of local residents and students who are passionate to create a safe space for conversations on subjects that matters to our community. I'm here tonight to share an upcoming event on the humans behind homelessness, stories told by our unhoused neighbors, to address the human cost of homelessness and help the community to understand some of the circumstances that lead to being unhoused. Our panel includes people who have experienced homelessness and people who assist the unhoused population. The discussion will be moderated by Scott Chamberlain. Mr. Chamberlain is the Executive Director of the SGV Consortium on Homelessness, who has over 30 years of experience in addressing homelessness with various organizations. This event is scheduled on Sunday, January 14th from 4 to 6 p.m. at La Fetra Center. We would like to invite all the City Council members and everyone who believes homelessness is a pressing issue for the future of the City of Glendora. Please join us to have a meaningful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Our next speaker is Mr. Bob Moore. Bob, welcome.
On the night of November 28th, 2023, this council voted 5-0 to lower your water rates on our backs. People that live in complex housing with larger 1-inch or greater inlet valves from the city water main will be paying an astonishing $130 million more a year for water, 5 increases in 6 years. Having just substantially raised our water rates in 2021, currently many residents pay more for their water than their gas bill. Lowering your water bills in predominantly North Glendora ethnogenetic single-family homes down to the Mason-Dixon line, the railroad tracks, and making the rest of us, people that live in complex housing, more racially and ethnically diverse housing south of the Mason-Dixon line, pay for your water rate cuts is tantamount to indentured servitude. We subsidize your lower water bills. It has nothing to do with water conservation because you get cheaper water and encouraged to use more of it while we pay for it. It is indentured servitude, it's discriminatory, it's prejudicial, it's a targeted tax on more racially and ethnically diverse housing with more working families. It's redlining, it's outright bigotry, it's also illegal, and this city attorney approved it. We were not given legally sufficient notice. There are no public announcements, no public hearings, no public meetings, no direct mailings to the residents that pay the water bill in complex housing prior to adopting the increased water rates and discriminatory apartheid policy. No legal due process of law was given to us. In the November 28, 2023 YouTube recording, the water department manager says the notice was, I quote, steered, meaning manipulated, suppressed public complaints. At the 2-hour, 17-minute, 55-second time mark, she says, I quote, $130 million. We are treated like second-class citizens by this city hall. You have commoditized water, something everybody owns. You've created winners and losers, have and have-nots. Tens and tens and tens of thousands of residents are at risk of having their water turned off because they can't afford it. 5 increases in 6 years. The city does not offer any assistance with the water bill to those that would qualify. No assistance programs from the city for water bills. $130 million is much, much greater than the entire operating budget for the city of Glendora. At the 2-hour, 13-minute, 40-second time mark, this city manager says the $130 million annual dollars is needed for future capital needs. What does that mean? He cannot articulate, nor can he specify, along with the water department manager, what the money is for. This is a slush fund, a money grab, and it's corruption. Is it for a condo in Cabo? Maybe a speedboat to impress your friends and neighbors on our backs. Out of our pockets, not yours. This is taxation without representation. You do not represent us. We are not represented in the city council nor the city hall. We are treated like second-class citizens, and this will not stand. Good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker is Joe Cena, the president of our chamber, which, by the way, is doing an excellent job in representing us all.
Thank you very
Joe.
much. Thank you. I appreciate that. Good evening, everybody. As said, my name is Joe. I'm the president and CEO of the Glendora Chamber. Chamber's a busy place, a lot of stuff going on and a lot of stuff coming up. One thing we do have going on Thursday, the 18th, we are going to have a workshop called State of Our Utilities. At this workshop, we will have Glendora City Water there, SoCal Gas, SoCal Edison, Metropolitan Water District, talking about our utilities. Then we'll also have two organizations that represent the Low-Income Home Energy Assistant Program, or LIHEAP for short, to talk about ways homeowners could make their homes more efficient at little or no cost. And then we're also going to have the Shepherd's Pantry and Glendora Welfare there discussing other assistance programs. So the program will be at the Bidwell Forum, week from Thursday, 6:30 p.m. It is free to join us, but please RSVP so we know we have enough chairs. We also have a number of other networking opportunities. We have our monthly lunch this Thursday at $3.99 pizza down there on Arrow Highway at 11:30, and we're going to talk about the exciting topic of new employment laws. And then we're also starting up an after-hours mixer monthly on the third Tuesday, so it doesn't interfere with this meeting, at different businesses around town from 7 to 8. And this month will be at Shop with a Mission down on Route 66. And then also we're excited that we're going to be starting up, which I've wanted to do this for years, a Women of Business Committee, where the first meeting is going to be on a Sunday evening on the 28th at 7 p.m. That's not when the normal meetings will be, but they're going to have the first meetup. And my new employee, Auburn Haney, our business development coordinator, is going to lead this to talk to the group of people that are there to see when this will happen and what it'll all be about. So that will be on the 28th at the chamber. Now, my last few seconds, I'm going to change hats to a band dad because there's a great event coming up on the 19th at Citrus College. The Glendora High School Marching Band and Pageantry is having their annual Bandorama. I'm on that board too, and I'm doing the tickets. So hopefully everybody here buys 1 or 10, or we have like 1,200 seats to fill, so plenty of room. 7 p.m. the 19th, Friday. It's a lot of fun. It's not one of your normal kids' recitals. It's just a great event, a lot of tradition and a lot of fun. So we welcome you and hope you're there.
Just one more thing. Could you give us that date again for the first announcement that you made? It's
the State of the Utilities?
Yeah.
Sorry, that is week from Thursday on the 18th
18th.
at 6:30.
Bidwell
at the
Forum.
Bidwell Forum.
And
Okay.
how much are the Bandorama tickets?
General is $20. Golden Circle's 30.
All right. Thank you. Joe, thanks a lot. Our next speaker card is a battalion chief. I mean, we're not getting just anybody. We're getting a battalion chief from LA County Fire. And I want everybody here to know, and anybody that is happen to, tune in, is that we are so blessed to have them as a partner. They do tremendous work for all of us. And Jim, it's great to have you here. So the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good evening. As you said, my name is James Crawford. I'm a battalion chief of the Lake County Fire Department. The purpose of my public comment tonight is to ensure that our residents are aware of a community sandbag event taking place at several fire stations in the region during the month of January. Local Fire Station 62 and Fire Station 44 will be hosting the January 13th and 20th, respectively, from 9 a.m. till 3 p.m. Fire Station 62 is located at 3701 North Mills Avenue in Claremont, and Fire Station 44 is located at 1105 South Highland in the city of Duarte. With above normal rain projected to continue through the winter, we are encouraging residents to plan ahead and stop by the aforementioned fire stations to receive filled sandbags, which is unusual, but very helpful. To ensure we have sufficient resources, there is a limit of 25 sandbags per resident. Extreme weather can pose a danger to our community at any time, which is why we encourage our residents to be prepared in advance of an incident and review the department's Ready, Set, Go tips and guidance on emergency preparedness. Thank you for your support regarding this matter.
Jim, thank you, and I appreciate everything that you do. And I am sensing that, Gary, you have.
What time is the event's going to be?
On the 13th in Claremont and the 20th in Duarte from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
9 to 3.
Great.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate everything that you and your team do for us. Another card has come in. Erica Landman, welcome.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I hope you had a great New Year's and congratulations, Mayor Thompson. I didn't get to say that last time, but my name is Erica Landman. And I was just curious. I had brought up a question regarding the signal over near Valley Center, and I forgot the name of the street, but it's, on the side of Staples off of Gladstone into the little shopping center. So it's a left arrow, and I know you guys were going to look into it. I didn't know if there had been any discovery that somebody had made, or I was just curious about that. And then also I wanted to bring up a situation that's going on Arrow Highway that I'm concerned about. And I realize Arrow Highway, it's a tricky area and it's not officially part of the city of Glendora, it's county. But the motorhomes that have parked both sides of the street, they have some that have their sides popped out. And I try to pull out of these different driveways and I can't see. And like yesterday I went over through and I cut through the old Big Lots area because Arrow was really busy and I couldn't get out to go turn back up Sunflower anyway. But so I was going there and I pulled out over by the Oasis restaurant and I could not see. And I kept pulling farther and farther out and I was pretty much in the lane. And my car's kind of lowered, but I mean, it's not that big of a issue, but there's still the hood of the vehicle, that you have to get out so you can see. I don't know if anybody has any suggestions, or any ideas to help alleviate the situation on Arrow Highway, because it's really becoming rough. And also over by the old Vaughn Center on Bonnie Cove and Arrow, there's a lot of the side pops of the motorhomes. So it's just really hard to see, to pull out. Okay, thanks.
Erica, thank you. And we will respond to both of those when we're done here in just a minute or two. All right. Those are all of the cards I have. Anybody else wish to speak? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, is there anybody on Zoom that would like to speak?
No, Mayor.
Okay. With that, we will close our public comment period. Just, Adam, I, want you to help address the two points that Erica just made.
Sure.
And if you can address maybe some of the statements that Mr. Moore made. I want to be very clear about one statement that Mr. Moore made, and that is we had a number of public times and engagements with various groups about our water rates. I cannot state the number off the top of my head, but we had numerous times where the public were invited to come and talk. And I want the public to be aware that that was done. And that's a statement that was blatantly false. So with that, I do know a little bit about the street light, but Adam, if you want to pursue that or have Bill come up and talk a little bit about that, I don't know.
Bill would be perfect. If Bill wouldn't mind coming up, and I know the Mayor Pro Tem to your right would love an opportunity to share his thoughts on Arrow Highway at some point as well. I can hear the anxiousness. So the question was, as we turn into the parking lot with the left-hand arrow during the shopping center, obviously is difficult. Do you mind sharing a little bit about where we're at in the conversations we've had and sort of the hard task ahead of us identifying options?
Absolutely. So there is a pretty heavy traffic volume there. So we've been looking at the signal timing, trying to see if there's anything we can do to adjust that, especially for the left turn without impacting the other intersections in the area. So we're looking at that. We're also looking at actually the driver approach. We've noticed one of the things we see is when the drivers are turning in, they slow down because of the driver approach, if there's something we can do there. So in addition, I think we're going to look at some traffic counts. Adam and I talked about that, looking at the number of cars that are actually just going down Gladstone that are going to the shopping center versus those that are driving through. So we can get a better idea of what the traffic volumes are going to be out there. Then I think we can make some better decisions about how we can redesign that intersection and the signal timing as well.
Good. Thank you, Bill. Gary, do you want to add to
While
that?
you're on that subject, I was down there the other day and actually thought about something. The second entrance going east, the one by Home Depot, that there's no signal or anything, it's just a left-hand turn. That turn is not used very often. I always go around the traffic and go to that turn. Would there be a possibility of maybe having some identification signage or something to note that there was a second entrance further up there? I don't know if that's possible or if that would be helpful.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if it is, but we could look at the MUTCD, see if it calls out or gives us any kind of guidelines for that type of signage. Certainly could take a look at that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I said, it was just something I thought while I was there, and I'm
Sure.
going, nobody ever goes to that second turn. So.
Yep. Okay.
David, Mayor Pro Tem, I do know has been working a lot on Arrow, the issues. He's been working with a lot of people that control parts of Arrow, because Erica, you are right. There are different parts of that are controlled by city A, B, C, the county. So David, why don't you speak to some of that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Erica, for bringing that up. It's interesting. It's the second time in 2 days I've heard about the encroachment on right-of-way into the bike lanes and sidewalks that's the appropriate way to get their attention. I was going to give a follow-up in my public comments anyway, so now's my turn, I suppose. A couple of months ago, I reported that I began a project in June of 2023 with the County of Los Angeles to address the Arrow Highway. I will call it, if I'm wrong, then the attorney can spank me later, but the illegal camping and parking of overnight against posted regulations and so forth of the vehicles. There were 18 on the street Friday night, plus 4 in the parking lot, so 22 RVs between Grand Avenue and actually between Glendora Avenue and Valley Center. 22. I've been working with the county, brought it to their attention, and have gone as high as the Board of Supervisors office, the Director of Public Works for Los Angeles County. We've had strong commitment and involvement, and then his deputies have been involved with, and a great effort from our city staff. And Bill's inherited this project and carried the ball quite well as well on coming up with some signage. If you were to look at the signs along the way, there's 4 different types of signs that are all conflicting and none of which are enforced. Depending on time of day, type of vehicle, what side of the street you're on, and so forth. So we have worked to come up with an agreed upon common language that will prohibit parking between, I think the hours are 5 and 7, or some 2 or 3 hour block every day on the corridor. That will make it more difficult for the RVers to camp. And this is a response to, at the Louis Pompey Memorial last year, I had the opportunity to corner the commander, the captain, and another high horsepower sheriff deputy from the San Dimas office. Said, how do we do this? Because they claim the street. They said, we need signage we can enforce. So with that, I immediately turned around and started my campaign. I had a commitment in August from the Department of Public Works that the signage would be in place and installed by the end of September. I'm sorry, end of August. So I thought, patience is not my middle name, but generosity to a point. I'll give them the week after Labor Day and then I'll rattle the cage again. Nothing had happened. Did rattle the cage the week after Labor Day and got assured that there was a supply line issue and signage has been ordered and it's in the process that should be available by end of December. So again, being generous, I waited and was patient, did some homework to make sure I wasn't stepping out of line, and found out that no one knew any more than I did at this point in time. Other than the city and staff has generously agreed and volunteered cooperation to help place signs, has signs in hand ready to go. So Glendora is doing their part to help with a out of our control corridor. The message came back today after my lengthy email, and there's some high horsepower on this email that if they read their mail, they're probably going to rattle cages all the way down the tree. That they are still waiting for their single sign shop and had to do some budgeting adjustments to be able to purchase the signs and get them in place. But it's coming. Is it quick enough? Absolutely not. But it is coming, and we will not rest until we have a solution to give law enforcement the tools to be able to help the cause. So bear with us. Believe me, patience is not my middle name, but they are working on it, and I'm a believer. So I've got the commitment, a third commitment that I think is reasonable. So we should see some solution soon. So Bill, did I miss anything, or can we add anything? Okay.
The thing you missed, I will say that I did talk to county today, and I got a map this evening from Elaine from the county that's showing where all the new signs are going, how they're taking down the old signs, and they're getting that going. So they actually have the direction to the crew now. They have all the placement of the signs figured out. The map's ready to go. So we just need the signs and the guys out there to get going on it. So they're making progress.
Well, appreciate your help and your behind the scenes work very much so. So it's very visible, and we're going after a couple of issues on this whole thing, and this is the solution we're assured will give us the tools to reach that other solution. So thank you very much.
Thank you,
Mr.
David.
If you wouldn't mind the opportunity to just talk a little bit about water. So I think we can all appreciate when people are passionate about things they believe that the city's taken. And in this specific case, a lot of the statements made this evening are just inaccurate. And the city is not going to raise $130 million a year. In fact, the additional capital needed to do some of the critical infrastructure projects, which total $130 million, is about $5 million a year. So the city council approved a work and a rate structure that looks at $30 million in additional projects over the first 5 years. The total estimates come from a comprehensive assessment of the city's infrastructure in terms of water. And it covers 210 miles of water mains, 29 reservoirs, 20 pump stations, 8 active wells, 13,500 water meters, 11 square miles of area served of a population of about 45,500. We don't have the entire city, but the most of it. This is inclusive of 17 different pressure zones and 4 zone classes. The assessment takes into consideration the age of pipeline, the necessary improvements. We've talked quite at length about the Glendora Avenue water tank and the need for replacement. We've even had to buy some property up there to add a secondary tank. As a gravity fed system, we pump water uphill, and our main pump area is in Azusa. We pump water, and so some of the statements made tonight are just fundamentally false. It is actually more expensive to pump water as you go towards the country club, and many of the areas that people would deem as more expensive will actually be the ones incurring the majority of the rate increases. The city council and water board met and asked a bunch of questions. In addition, we've had more than 15 public meetings, including the major impacts to those people, to businesses predominantly, including the school districts, the hospital, Home Depot, the country club, who, based on the meter size, will see larger increases. Many residential customers, more than 60% of the city's service, will actually see a reduction in year one. The city's beholden to Proposition 218 and, to some regard, Proposition 26 on how we set fees. There's no subsidies. We can't subsidize. In fact, this rate structure may be the most transparent and comprehensive rate structure the city's ever considered. We can tell you down to the energy source at your house. The larger the meter, the additional pressure that's put on the system. So I want to be very clear that says the city has published this data from the very beginning, including the comprehensive evaluation report. We have hydrology studies, if you care to look at those, and a rate structure, which is incredibly transparent. And the city has a capital plan for the next 30 years, which accounts for $350 million in necessary changes. $130 million of that $350 million are critical changes, because our goal is not to try to raise rates to an extent that's unaffordable, in which, by the way, we have not raised rates in several years, that we're only taking on 30 million of the most critical funding in that next period of time. So appreciate the passionate speech this evening. Just wanted to make sure that the public knows that a lot of what was saying is either misunderstood or just fundamentally not true. And so happy to provide any additional questions, but all the information I just talked about has been on our website for many months. Thank you.
Adam, thank you. And with that, I will close our public comment period. Bring it back to council for any updates that they would choose to give. Michael, we'll start with you, please.
Great. Thank you, Mendel. Happy New Year. A few things I want to kind of bring to light. I mentioned this kind of before we ended our session last year, was the governor signed close to about 900 new bills, a little less than that, plus several trailer bills to the budget last year, and some of which we're still kind of trying to figure out and find out what they all are about. There are two that the city's looking at right now, trying to get some more information, staff. One is the AB 205. It's a income-based electricity pricing that was passed by the legislature, allowing the PUC to basically price your electricity based on how much you earn. And so the city and staff is working on that, trying to do some more education to ourselves and bring it back to council one way or another, possibly in a letter format or something else, because it affects not only the residents, it also may affect or may not affect the city itself. We have to do a little more investigation on that. And also there's an SB 770, Universal Healthcare. They signed this in, and Senator Portantino voted on it, and Assembly Rubio did not vote on this one. Those are our two representatives, and that's universal health care, meaning that they have a study, and I believe by January 2025, this time next year, they have to come up with a preliminary plan, but a firm plan by June 1 of 2025. And they have to also get federal approval for this, meaning that you run the risk of losing your health care and have to go to a state mandated provider and or the state itself, which it could be vexing. And the estimate is going to be about $300 billion a year to implement. So that's something that's on our watch. We watch a lot of these things. We don't catch them all. We do our level best to protect our residents and the city as well. So that can be challenging. Again, over, close to 900 bills. That's an awful lot for us to follow and to look at. And we do our level best to do so. We do so in our briefings as well, bringing these things up. But it's a daunting task. We have all these legislatures that are doing all this work, and we're trying to play catch up at many times. Sometimes through our organizations that we belong to, we're able to go through and write letters to either support or opposition, but not all of them get onto their radar list. So bear with us. We're doing the best we can to try to catch some of these things to protect our residents. Quite frankly, with inflation going through the roof, this is vexing at least. That's all I have. Thank you, Mendel.
Michael, thank you. Karen, anything?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just Happy New Year, everyone. And just again, a reminder to attend Sunday afternoon's event. It should be very informative and a great discussion. So 4 to 6 p.m. at La Petra Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Gary?
Yeah, I just wanted to share, as at a meeting last week with the Southern California Association of Governments, and we get a lot of information from our regional assignments that we and meetings we attend. But one that I found was really interesting was SCAG decided to do a study on what has transpired with the work from home changes that have been made since COVID. And it was pretty interesting to see the outcome, but to try to make this as brief as possible. Basically, their study showed that in Los Angeles County, or in the SCAG region, which is Los Angeles, Orange, Ventura, Riverside, San Bernardino, and Imperial counties, 16% of people are now working from home full time. Well, I'm sorry, that was a nationwide study. In those regions, 21% of the people are actually working from home full time. But they also did a study on the workload of the work that's being done at home. And it came out that 28% of the workload is now being done from home, which 21% of people are working from home full time. There's another percentage of people that are working from home part time. So actually more than 25% of the workload in this region is now being done at work from home. What was so interesting about it, because the study was trying to engage public transportation on how that's been affected. The traffic studies that have been done now that we're 2 years plus outside of COVID, traffic is back to almost identical to what it was pre-COVID. So the actual drive times on the road, the amount of traffic that's on the roads, even with 25% of the people working from home at this point, it has not really done anything to affect the amount of traffic that we have on our freeways and our roads. So you can take from that what you will. There's no real explanation as to why that was. I just thought that was really interesting information. I wanted to share that tonight, but that's really all I had. Thanks, Mendel.
Great. Thank you, Gary. David?
Ashley, I was offered my time earlier and used it, so thank you very much.
Okay.
Nothing else.
All right. Just a couple of things that I have. One, I just want to say thank you to everybody that made Christmas, the holiday, such a special time here. I love the trees lit. I personally think they should be lit like every day. But then that would take the sizzle out of the holidays, right? But thank you to everybody who helped with the stroll, the Christmas tree lighting, parade, all of the events that happened. Just what a wonderful time. And so I just want to say thank you. Happy New Year. We're 9 days in, and it's going to go fast, but hope it's a good one. Glendora report was just mailed out. I'm assuming that everybody got theirs. And I would really encourage each and every one of us to take the time to really read this. There are events that are coming up, from Easter egg hunt to trail days to senior adult lunches. A lot of exciting things going on here. There's information about water rates and some properties that are going to be built out. I just found it to be an excellent piece. So would you please take time and encourage a friend to, read this too? There's times where we think we have said the story and made the case, and yet we find out that people are still calling us and saying, is there a train that's coming to town? And that's really true. And yes, there is a train that's coming to town. And so just thank you to the staff for doing such an excellent job. Lastly, I'd just like to encourage us all, and it starts here, but this is a year that's going to be a crazy year in many ways. But I hope that the compass that drives your life, whatever that is, your faith, your moral compass, will allow us all to exhibit grace and faith and being kind to each other. We really need that, and especially in this year where the extremes are going to be loud. I hope that we can find some middle ground to love and care for everyone, whoever they are, whatever they are, wherever they are, from. And I think that if we can do that in our little part of this world, 20 square miles, then our lives will be a better life. And especially with our kids, we really need to model what civility is. And so I would just hope that we would all try and do that and make this a year that is a special one. So with that, thank you. Adam, is there anything that you want to say, report out? Danny, this is your first time with us in your official role. We welcome you as our city attorney. Is there anything that you want to add or say?
No, I'm nothing to report out. Just I'm grateful. It's wonderful to be here. We all miss Bill, of course, but I'm excited for the opportunity to serve you and this great community.
Great, thank you. All right, with that, we will go to item 4. It is a public hearing on a very important matter. This is to consider amending the ordinance sections Title 19 and Title 21 of the City Code to establish a more defined program surrounding art. And so that is what we're here for. And I will open the public hearing now. And reporting out is one of our fine staff people, City Planner Mark. So Mark, it's yours. Thank you, sir.
Well, happy New Year, Mayor and members of the council. Mark Arnahan, Assistant City Planner, and assisting me is Aaron Sines, our Assistant Planner. For some background, in March of 2023, In March of 2023, the City Council included a strategic plan focus area goal number 1, which was to implement strategic economic development, and its objective number 7, which was to develop and implement a comprehensive public art policy. Also in March of last year, the city staff presented a report regarding current policies and research on regulations to promote public art. The council directed staff to draft an ordinance and policies relating to the establishment of an art program. Council directions specified a program to include standards and guidelines, art requirements for new developments and in lieu fee, establishment of an art fund, and a local artist directory. December of last year, the Planning Commission held a public hearing on the proposed code amendments for a public art program, and as an advisory body, recommended that the City Council adopt them on a majority vote. So based on the council direction and our further research, staff prepared an ordinance and a resolution to meet the goals and direction for this art policy and in lieu fee. The changes would update existing code and adopt an art program with an intent to enhance the aesthetics and cultural quality throughout the community and provide opportunities for public exposure to the visual arts, acknowledge our local artistic community, inspire pride and identity, and a sense of place among the residents of the city. The draft ordinance would establish a public art policy for the city by adding a new chapter to our municipal code titled Community Art Program, which would include several sections. Highlights of the draft include a repeal of the existing regulations within the village regarding murals, which was the only section that was enforceable. It includes standards and guidelines. It applies to commercial and industrial development or residential projects of 11 dwelling units or more, with a total building permit valuation of $375,000 or more. Applicability also includes exterior modifications and alterations and additions, all remodeling of existing residential buildings of 11 or more units, and all remodeling of existing commercial and industrial. I should note that during the City Council's past discussions, some comments and questions were raised regarding the applicability to residential projects. Staff is recommending that the residential be included for 4 reasons. One is that it is applicable to most of the art policies that were researched, not all, but most. 2, as drafted, it would only apply to large residential projects of 11 or more units, which that number could vary and change. Which this 11 units was picked because that is the new threshold that is going to be in our new code for projects. Basically, the thresholds are 11 or more, and then there's another threshold that starts at 25. The third reason is art can be included as a nice amenity to large residential developments. And the fourth is probably the more importantly, Glendora will likely see mostly residential and not commercial developments in our future. Lastly, applicable projects would be required to install approved artwork in conjunction with their project, which is encouraged in the code, or as an alternate, they can pay an in lieu fee contribution equal to that amount, and that would be put into a fund, which I'll talk about later. Thank you. Thank you. The value of the placed and installed approved art or in lieu fee amount shall be equal to the percentage of the total proposed development's building permit valuation. So a 1% building permit valuation would apply to all commercial and industrial and mixed-use projects with the residential as an ancillary component. And again, this would be with building permit valuations of $375,000 or more. A 0.5% of the building permit valuation would be applying to all new residential developments of 11 or more units and new mixed-use projects that are a primary component. I should note that during the last council's discussion on this topic, $100,000 was the discussed valuation. However, based on our review of other policies and because construction costs have increased so much over the recent years, we're actually recommending that be increased, the valuation be increased to $375,000. If you see a lot of the other cities' art policies, they're quite old, and so that valuation obviously hasn't been updated for quite some time. So just to clarify, the valuation would again be based on the total project building construction costs. So for an example, if you had $1 million valuation for your project, that would equal $10,000 art fee for a commercial, or it'd be $5,000 for if it was residential. That's sort of the easy math one on that one. Developments that would be exempt from these requirements would be projects of less than 10 units, repairs to existing buildings for like seismic or safety reasons, renovations for like natural disasters, nonprofit projects or organizations, facilities, developments containing 25% or more affordable housing units would be exempt, and projects that are already doing some sort of a cultural thing, like we got a performing arts center or something that was cultural, they would obviously be exempt. And also any government agency projects or public work projects would obviously be exempt. So a fund would be created to hold the contributions paid through the in lieu artwork component of the program. It could also be used as a depository for endowments or grants or donations. Contributions deposited within the fund would be designated to carry out the new program's intent. And it can obviously include the installation of artwork in public places, support art education, performing arts events, temporary community-based art. A lot of the things that we talked about during our last program, but all the things you could include, we'd figure out once we have the money what those could go towards. the ordinance is set up where the review bodies for art are two. The planning commission would serve as the art proposal body for anything that's on publicly owned land, public right of way, anything within the Civic Center area plan, which is the village, on properties that have historical listings, and all projects with building permit valuations of over 1.5 million. So any really big projects that we'd want them to see. Anything that's not within those rules would be reviewed by the community development director. Lastly, let's see. So the last task was the director Emmanuel Rast. Artists from the region, especially Glendora art artists, would of course be encouraged to participate in the program with the understanding that it's not strictly restricted to them. It could be open to anybody, but would they be highly encouraged to. The local artist directory and register would be developed by staff, and it would be updated periodically and be provided to developers and the public, and we could include it on the public website and also within our handouts at City Hall. A manual would also be created for the developers to kind of explain the requirements and the more detailed aspects of the program, which would be like the artist agreements and the forms and checklists and things that would have to come along with the program as well. That would be more cumbersome, but that would also be developed along the passing of the ordinance. With that said, the commission is being asked to open the public hearing on the topic, and then asked to find and determine that the ordinance and resolution are exempt from CEQA, introduce an ordinance for first reading, schedule a second reading and adoption of an ordinance for January 23rd, and then direct staff to notice and schedule a public hearing amending the master fee schedule with regards to the art in lieu option. With that, I'm available, Aaron's available, and hopefully we can answer all your questions.
Great, thank you, Mark. Let me, as I already said, we've opened up the public comment period. I currently don't have any cards of anybody who wants to address this. Is there anybody that is here that would like to address this and you haven't filled out a card? Sure, please come up. Just state your name, and then after you're done, just fill out the yellow card there. And if you could stay within the time frame that is noted there, we would appreciate that. So welcome. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Turner, and I'm interested in the art thing, and I'm not sure if it's been talked about, so I wanted to at least mention it. I'm a local artist. I'm a writer, and a lot of times with visual arts and art things, writers are kind of shoved off. So I want to make sure that I do poetry, and I want to encourage the city council and the committee to also encourage doing written forms. And it can also be done by other, artists who can create the work, but using written words, I think would be a very important part of consideration. So that's really all I had to say. But I think it's a really wonderful thing to do art. I really love the Glendora sign. I think it's fantastic. So I'm really looking forward to seeing more art in the community. It's wonderful. So thank you.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Anybody else here that wants to speak? Seeing and hearing none. Madam Clerk, is there anybody on Zoom that is raising their hand that wants to speak about art before we pull it back to the council?
No, Mayor.
Okay. I will close the public hearing then and pull it back to council. The protocol that we normally use is the maker of whatever the motion was back when it was made, usually is allowed to speak first, and the second. I was actually the guy that made the motion, and so I'm not going to be as audacious as some people might think that I would be. I'm going to allow the second to speak first, and then I will just make a brief statement, and then we'll have a discussion, which is what we're here for and what we should do. So, Michael, you were the second, as I recall. So the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mendel. I seconded this so we can have this discussion and bring this out. We do need to get our hands around public art to put some guidelines on there, but this is all encompassing. There's quite a bit of questions that I have. So I guess maybe our city attorney and or Adam can maybe help opine on this. would this ordinance, if approved as written, automatically include the suggested fees and add to the master schedule through another hearing?
That's correct. So in the staff report, because a fee of this nature would be a development fee, there's a separate adoption process where we would go through a separate public hearing with the fee specific subject to the conversation this evening. So staff prepared in terms of centralizing all the information, prepared an ordinance that removes parts of the art requirements in other areas and centralizes it. So as is stated in the staff report, part of staff's recommendation is to have the council direct staff to prepare or set a public hearing and then present the resolution that's in your packet this evening that's marked draft for future consideration. And those would be the fees that would enact the totals that are enumerated in the ordinance before you this evening.
We could approve the resolution and not later.
We're not asking for the resolution.
Well, the ordinance, but we could
Correct.
approve the ordinance and then
Introduce.
and choose later. Yeah, then we have a second reading, but we could choose or not choose to add fees to the master schedule at a later date.
Correct.
Okay. To be clear, this is not in violation of Prop 218 or 26.
No.
On page 15, remodeling of commercial and industrial buildings, what constitutes remodeling?
The dollar threshold, but I'll let Mark answer that question in case there's any specificity necessary.
Page 15 of the staff report.
What are the thresholds that would constitute the applicability of this? It's just the dollar amount. Is that correct, Mark? So if you're doing building alterations that require building permits and the building value of that pursuant to the state building code that we adopt exceeds that threshold, you would be required to have a public art component of 1% of the total building valuation changes that you had.
So basically, you have to pull a building permit and that valuation.
Of 375,000 or more is included, which is pretty significant building.
On page 21, expressive and innovation, but there's no guidelines as to what art may be and or reference to political messaging. Is that something that is going to be addressed or can be addressed? I don't want to open up a Pandora's box if we were to move forward with this and not address that. And what's the acceptance criteria per B4?
What is the specific question? Just so Mark and Aaron can answer.
Basically, is this, art on the eye of the beholder, right? So how do we guard against political messaging and it calling it art?
Well, with regards to this program, I think there's two things to note. Is that I think it's done vaguely because we don't know what's going to come our way, and then an art is subjective. And I think thirdly is there are still artist agreements that will be put in place, and thirdly there would be a review, and so the director or the commission can also be the review body on that particular topic.
So do we have a catch-all phrase saying that whoever the reviewing body is, I would imagine planning would be, that they have the right to refuse a certain artwork?
They can.
Yes.
And so by doing so, is there any criteria that they have to reject it by?
Yes.
What if it doesn't fit into that box and they want to reject it? And do we set up a situation where we have an upset artist?
Then they could appeal it. There's an appeal process to council if they get denied.
And that's it. Then it's a final ruling. Yep. Okay. On page 22, F2, expand on the cultural significance. What constitutes cultural significance? Is it per the area here from history, or is it nationwide, statewide?
I mean, I think we would encourage art that has a place within our community and our culture. So it's again subjective in terms of what I mean, if it's historical, if it's something that's has meaning for our community. I think with art, you can't be superly defined. But
So
I mean,
how far would
but
you?
we don't want this art to be just a plot piece that doesn't have any context at all. We'd hope that the artist that's selected would find some sort of context for the project site itself.
it would be tied to the community and not necessarily the state or the United States.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what the planning commission or whatever feels is appropriate, hey, maybe it's the California history kind of themed art. Sure, if it's something that's just showing trees and they're supposed to be representing oak trees, well, then that has a significance too, It's whatever that subject matter comes up, but they could be reviewed at that time.
Okay. Last question is page 23G, offensive. Please explain on the definition of what we're going to consider offensive.
I think, I don't know if the attorney can help me on this one. I think you.
I think it's one of those.
on this one.
Yeah, I think it's one of those, it when you see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the answer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just like we sit in council and people want to say what hate speech is, right? You know it when you hear it.
And it'll be up to the director or the planning commission's determination of what they deem as offensive.
So again, to restate, I think that we need to have a set of rules in place, and I'm not necessarily opposed to artwork. I have some questions about fees. I mean, we're feed to death in life right now, and I don't necessarily want to see them that way, but we need to put a box in place to be able to govern and manage this. I just don't want to paint ourselves into a corner, so I want to make sure that we have that language is clear, that we have it on record, that if it gets appealed, then it comes to us and we're the final arbiter of yes or no, and that's final.
Mark, can you answer the appeal process? I'm sure there's language that references an appeal section in the code. Is that accurate?
We reference our standard appeal section in the municipal code, so there's no.
Yes, so it's clearly in there.
So this only governs private property, correct?
For building, but if you have an in lieu fee, there could be
Yeah, with regards to, if you're a private project doing it and you're subject to it, then that would be apply. But if it's a public art project that we're doing, then it'd be like the planning commission review. So it's kind of both, but it's mostly geared towards the private development.
Correct. All right. That's all the questions I have for the moment. Thank you.
Michael, thank you. And I love art. I think art is a beautiful thing. I think it's something that helps the soul and helps the heart and mind. And I have been able to go see a lot of different areas of this world, and I'm so impressed and I'm so encouraged when I see different art and the spirit that artists have that just resonates within my own heart. And as I looked around our town, I was a little bit concerned that we don't have clear lines as to what can be done. So it motivated me to ask for what we're talking about. And it also said to me, within those lines, then we need to allow the creative spirit to be exercised. And, a utility box is a pretty boring box, but it becomes alive when it's painted. And there are some around town that are like that. And I think it's really, really neat. I think it's cool. So I want to make sure that as art begins to evolve and more places show art, that we have some guidelines. I had an office building down in North Orange County for 20 years, Berea, specifically, and they require art to be built as a part of building a building. And so we did that. And it was a beautiful piece of brass. It was a brass dove, and it was amazing. And when our company moved up here, out on Route 66, the board did not flinch once when I said, why don't we create a fountain in front of our office building? The majesty and the power that water gives us, and the energy that water gives us. And so there is a fountain there that you will see at my old office building. And so I just think art is a wonderful thing that we should embrace and be able to allow, but to allow within parameters. As to the fee, Mark, can you help us understand what BPV is? Because I know when we get our property tax bills, which we've all gotten, the assessed amount of our home is probably not what it would sell for. It would sell for a whole lot more. So could you, Mark, say somebody built a $1 million building here to house their company. Is that what the fee would be assessed on, or is it assessed on whatever BPV stands for?
BPV stands for building permit valuation.
Okay.
And so it would only apply for, in this case, somebody's doing a project, and it's a valuation that's done by the International Code Council, and they our permitting system is based on that organization's valuations and their updates of that.
Okay.
And so when our system puts in a building project, construction project, and it estimates its square footage and its construction type and its materials and all the electrical things in there, it will spit out an estimated building permit valuation.
Okay.
For that.
Okay.
And that is what a lot of the fees are based off as well. So in this case, the art fee would be based on that valuation.
Right.
So
Many fees are based off of this building permit. And
exactly.
it's really based on your construction costs.
Okay.
Not the value of
Not
the
the
property.
resale value
Right.
of
Yeah.
what the building
Yes,
is.
correct.
Okay.
And it would be equitable in the sense that, you're building a bigger project, you'll do a bigger art requirement. It's
Okay,
adjusted
right.
based on what you're proposing.
Right.
Or the project's proposing.
So to talk about the fees, I don't mind fees. That's not a hill I want to die on. As we had discussed this, when we built our Brea building, I think that we had a art fee of about 15 to 20 grand compared to what we spent to build that building from the dirt up. It was a rounding error. Now you may think, well, man, you don't value money much. No, I do. I really do. I managed it for a long time, but in the scheme of things, it's not that much. And if a person would choose not to pay it, and it could go back into the things that Mark talked about in terms of local initiatives around art, performing arts, various things such as that, I think that would be really, really great. But I'm sensitive to, as Michael said, a prevailing sense that we are continuing to be dinged by a lot of fees. I get that, and maybe there's some middle ground that we can land on. So I'm in favor of this, and I want to applaud staff for the excellent work that you've done. Comparisons with 28 different cities that are around here, most of which have something like this, and poetry. I think is really cool. My dad, who has since passed, was a poet in his day, and he was a teacher, but for fun, he would just write poems. I don't know why, but I have a bunch of them. So that would be really cool to see on a wall or something. So with that, I will let everybody else talk. So David, thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mark and staff. Great preparation. I always look at something at once you create it, how do you sustain it? And obviously you've made clear evidence that in a private development, it's an HOA thing or them to maintain the item. My concern always becomes the only thing worse than no art is unloved art. So if it's down the road, if a little bit needs some attention or gets violated, unfortunately, that can happen, or just needs some love, who's going to maintain that? Or who's going to make the eye to say, gee, we need to give some attention to, or ask the property owner, would you give some attention to maybe your fountain or your brass dove? Because it's needs some love.
The owner of the property has to maintain it, and they have to record a covenant with the city that's approved at the time that the art's approved, that they will maintain it. And so the city can enforce that covenant if they're
Okay.
not maintaining it.
Our
To the
challenge is we're very good about driving by and recognizing something and just ignoring it, sadly to say. So, I hope we're not just creating another point of something that needs attention and is readily identifiable, but doesn't get that attention. Hope we don't go down that path. I love utility boxes. They're fun. I've seen some. I saw one the other day and I stopped and looked at it and it was a wrap as opposed to painting. So that's probably more durable and a good solution for durability. I loved it. That was a great idea. So I just look at somehow we need to make sure that we don't create this new medium and a new face of Glendora and then let it grow tired. Other than that, I can support this. Thank you.
David, thank you. Karen, anything?
Thank you. I've been anxiously waiting for this because it's a long time in coming. Very excited about that because public art is part of our lives. Public art. Public art. Our clothing is public art. Even that logo that Mendel has as his screensaver, to him, it's public art. I don't know about anybody who's not yeah, right, exactly. So their public art is part of our lives each and every day in so many different forms. So for us to embrace it and encourage it, I think is a tremendous step. So I'm very excited that we are offering people this opportunity. And, one of the things in terms of maintenance, for some developers, for instance, the townhomes right over here, instead of having a art piece separate, they incorporated it into the construction. So on the wall, it has those tiles that were designed by Mike Hillman, the Gold Line artist. And so there are different ways it could be approached. So I think that's the great part, is that we leave it to those developers to come up with how they want to incorporate it, and it could be a fabulous thing. So thank you again to staff for all your hard work. Yay. So let's
All right.
go
Thank you,
forward.
Karen. Gary?
I love the idea. Love the concept. I think it's important. I've been a supporter of the arts for a number of years. I do have one question. Danny, what kind of liability could we end up with if we were in a situation where our planning commission were to take a look at something and deem it that it's not appropriate and deny a project? Is there liability involved in something like that for the city?
No, that would be up to the discretion of the planning commission. And there's a process for appeals. They would get their chance to be additionally heard if they chose to challenge the decision. But there wouldn't be any liability associated with a denial decision.
Okay, so if the board determined something was offensive, like the University of Michigan logo, that could be denied and there'd be no possible liability toward the city.
That could absolutely be denied.
My issue, and I've been pretty consistent, I have an issue with the fees being placed on residential housing. Just ran a quick calculation off the top of my head. This basically on new construction, if it was 11 unit project or whatever, average prices right now are in the neighborhood of $800,000. I would estimate that the BPV would probably be in the neighborhood of 600,000 on that type of construction. You're looking at $11 a month that a home buyer or renter is going to be paying for an art project. And no matter where the cost is, it eventually always gets passed down to the consumer, who with housing right now and how housing has, the cost of housing had just went through the roof. I've had this conversation in Sacramento multiple times with legislators who sit and tell me, well, it's only $75 a year, or it's only $1,000 on the cost of a house. Well, the problem is we just keep adding one thing on top of another on top of another. And so as much as I support this, I'm just going to have a problem with having these fees included on residential housing. That would be my only caveat on this. But I love the concept. I love what you guys have put together. I think this is a very comprehensive ordinance that we're going to be looking at. But as long as we can have a Buckeye logo right in the middle of town, we'll be okay. So that's my only concern is, again, anything that adds to the cost of residential housing is just something that I'd really have trouble supporting. That's it. Thanks.
Mayor, may I?
Michael, please.
So tonight is approval or not approval or approval with changes on the ordinance, correct?
So it's the proposal of the ordinance and basically would come back for a second reading. And then we're asking for the city council to direct staff to come back with the adoption of a fee or
So-
fee structure.
So I guess the confusion and the problem I'm having on page 6 of the ordinance, it states on the top already 1% of the BPV. And
That
then
is
half a
correct.
percent. So if we approve this tonight, we're already approving the fee.
Or any changes therein. You are not already approving the fee. You're approving the language for what the fee would be based on.
That's not what the ordinance says. It says
That's
in the ordinance
Two,
what it is.
as we spoke about this morning and again this evening, it's two separate processes.
Add it to the master fee schedule, but the ordinance is
We-
already baked into what
The
it's going
staff
to be.
report requests a specific action for staff to set a public hearing and come back for fee adoption.
Okay.
Staff is not asking for the adoption of a fee tonight, but a consideration of the ordinance and any changes therein.
But again, this is where it's confusing because it's already baked into the ordinance.
I think that this conversation provides clear for anyone who's watching, we're not adopting a fee this evening.
And that has to be done on a separate motion.
Yes, sir.
So this is a suggested fee, even.
In the motion itself, item number 5 says direct staff to notice and schedule a public hearing amending it. So that's directing staff to schedule that hearing that comes back to us.
Right, but it's still in the ordinance is what I'm trying to say. As
We
if
have
we approve.
lots of fees and ordinances in the city that don't necessarily aren't applicable based on changes. You just have to have an ordinance cleanup. So this is where it would belong to be stated, but in order to adoption and it added onto our fee schedule and incorporated into our permitting system, we would require a separate public hearing. There are certain other protocols in place that would have to be followed as it relates to fees. This just sets the entire fee. This would set the art policy inclusive of everything, including any applicable fees. You would want the reader to understand of an ordinance what it could cost.
So what comes
You
first?
you could make a motion though to amend make a motion to amend this such that the language in the ordinance regarding the express fees there's something in there. For example, the fee schedule that will be adopted will be based on this.
Sure.
Pursuant to a resolution that's later adopted by the
Could
city
this
council.
be strucken out for now and then amended?
I think once council has a motion and a direction that can be considered in that process. If that's the direction council wants to go.
I'm ready to make a motion to approve this with the changes of striking out any percentage of fees until we have that later discussion and strike out any fees for residential.
I believe we already have a motion on the table.
Sorry, I didn't see that. I was
Right.
looking.
We need a second. Does anybody want to second this? I will, since it's my initial idea. Now, with that being done, because, I want to respect what Michael's saying. Danny, could he come back and
Make an alternate motion.
to
I think the
to
question,
land some clarity? I mean, I don't want to argue with my with my colleague here, but I get what you're saying and I'm okay with that, but if he wants to make kind of a motion like you said, Danny,
So just really quick point of clarification, any modification in the ordinance would generally predicate a change in the fee philosophy or development impact fee in this specific case. So if there was no change in fee, as Danny recommended, and it's fine, that the fees are set subject to resolution of the city, a future resolution of the city council. Would that be okay with you?
Yeah.
Mark, Aaron, that's okay with you? Our goal is to provide clarity to the reader of an art policy, exactly what you're getting into. The applicability would be an adoption of a fee schedule. All that said, that amendment doesn't change. The bigger question, though, is on direction from fees of the council. And we're not at that part of the motion doesn't seem like. I would hate for us to make a substitute motion now in advance of a conversation of about
I see
fees.
what you're saying.
The fee structure conversation, the fee structure will be in the ordinance, but we could set that fee at 0.
You could.
Right.
That was my suggestion. So I want to make an alternative motion to set the fee schedule on page 6 to 0 and exclude all residential
So 0 for commercial too?
until we have the fee setting hearing.
So we'd have to then come back and amend the ordinance after the fact.
We're going to amend it anyway per item 5.
No.
No, you're not. That's a resolution in master fee schedule. That's a
Yeah,
different.
you're proposing the adoption of the ordinance and the ordinance will remain as it is.
But no matter what we do, when we do the resolution for the fee schedule, we'll alter this ordinance, will it not?
Not if you don't adopt the fees presented,
Which
is the motion.
if this
second
motion
on-
should pass, we're not adopting the fees.
Yeah, it's in the ordinance until we amend it.
You would ask us to come. You would ask us to come back and present a master fee schedule with the fees that are included in the ordinance.
Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we have to amend it after the fact, right?
No,
Or we keep them the way they're at and adopt it.
correct.
So this is why I'm saying to put it to 0 and then we have the discussion. And if we want to put it back at 1%, then and 0.5% respectively, then we can do that. Adopt it in the master fee schedule and amend the ordinance as we're going to do anyway. Or not.
Let me try to help the council just a little bit. I don't want to weigh into this. This is your area. So the motion and second before the council is, I believe, with the motioner and the second inclusive of the 1% and 0.5%.
Correct.
So if option A, we don't like that and we want to make a change, the appropriate is the substitute motion then to amend an ordinance if you have a fee set in mind. Secondarily is if you want to just have solely any fee moving forward inclusive in a resolution and just says there's fees here, we would move to amend the ordinance to say a fee for both commercial and residential will be set as stated in the city's master fee schedule. That's an option.
Pursuant to a resolution that's adopted by the city
Right.
council.
All that aside, you may decide you want different percentages. So, if I think, Mayor, one of the appropriate conversation points maybe is the proposed fee structure okay? And then do you want us to only have the fees stated in the fee resolution, or would you also like the entire programmatic requirements, including the applicable fees in the art section?
Well, per previous conversations, we were going to have 2 bites of the apple on this.
Well, you're going to adopt an ordinance in a second reading plus a public hearing. However, if the fees are going to be the same, staff would just come forward with the same fees.
If they were going to be the same, but right.
Which we don't know yet because you haven't voted on that.
Correct. So this is why I want to make the substitute motion to 0 out those fees, exclude residential, and then come back for later discussion on that fee.
So that would be that, Mayor, that motion would require a second then in order to vote on the substitute motion first.
Danny,
Yes, that's correct.
and I would agree with what you just said, Adam, but I'm okay. So what do we do with the motion and second on the table? Allow Michael to make a subsequent motion? And if
And you
there's
need
a
a
second, then we would vote on that motion.
Yeah.
First, yes.
Okay. Michael, do you want to make a motion? I sense that you do.
As stated, yes, I do. So I'm looking for a second.
I'll second that.
Which of those things that Mr. Raymond explained as option A, B, and C are you making is that? Because you agreed to one thing, but that wasn't what he was saying before.
So I agree that it should have comment that there will be fees assigned to be determined later.
Correct.
Well, but your motion was also to remove the residential component.
Whatever is easiest for staff to
Yeah,
do,
which are
I'm
two
fine
different
with, is
things.
gonna do the same thing. It's basically gonna make that a moot point on the.
So is the
fee.
proposal that fees subject to commercial and residential are to be set via separate resolution of the city council?
Perfect, but excluding residential as well.
Does that work for Mark and Aaron? That works for you? Okay.
Fine.
So is,
Can we just amend this without?
yeah,
And remove residential, correct?
No.
No,
Okay. Is,
just that it's going to be set.
I'm not ready to remove residential at this time. I'd rather have that as a separate discussion.
right.
So if I may ask the council, then can you take items 1 through 4 then separate from item 5? And I'll tell you why, because when we set a public hearing for fees, we have to state what the fees are going to be in the public hearing.
Sure. I think what I've heard, and I'm just speaking for me, that we've agreed on 1 through 4.
So adopt
Frame-
as
framework
presented
needed.
with the amendment that the fee language will say, subject to adoption of separate resolution by the city council for inclusion on the master fee schedule.
okay, so we have a motion
Is that
And I'll-
correct?
I'll move that, because I already moved this motion, so I move items 1 through 4 with amendment to item 5.
As stated.
No, that was amendment to item 1.
Oh, was that to 1?
No, item 2.
yes, item 2.
Okay,
Correct, yeah.
yes. Are you striking 5? Is that what you said?
No, item
Okay,
5, we'll
just-
take 5
We're
seconds.
gonna do it
Okay.
separately.
Separate
Okay.
motion.
Okay,
Okay, go ahead and conduct an oral roll call.
We
vote.
all good with what we just said?
Are you okay with keeping residential in?
Well, I don't think we're at that conversation yet, but
That will be under the fee schedule.
Right,
That'll be
right.
under the fee
That will
Fee
come
schedule.
Yes.
right next. Yeah.
Yes, I'm good.
Okay, we'll conduct oral roll call. Councilmember Alowitz?
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer?
yes.
Councilmember David?
yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friednall?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, Mayor. So now you'll get to preside over item 5, which is staff is recommending that you ask us or direct us to return for a public hearing on the master fee schedule. I'll look at Marie, who's sitting in the audience, or Kyle over there. I believe we would need a specific fee in order to include in a hearing schedule for adoption. So
Okay.
staff recommended the 1.5%. Obviously, that is entirely in the city council's purview. So any conversation and direction would be appreciative.
All right. Michael, I'll give you the first voice, like we did last time.
Since Gary brought up the cost of housing, which is inflationary, I'd like to hear what he has to say about it.
Well, one of the things that, again, I have an issue with it. I think this is a great program. The issue that we have right now with the high cost of housing in California, there's a lot of different elements that pertain to that. I would hate to see residential removed from the ordinance at this point, because at some point in the future, it may be appropriate to include a fee on future residential development. I know there's some possibility that we're going to be having some residential development coming up. I do have a question or two questions for you. First off, there was a note in the presentation about the planning commission. The planning commission only approves projects where the BPV is over $1.5 million. Projects below that, there is no approval necessary. Am I reading that wrong?
Yeah, if it's above that would be planning commission. If it's below that, it's director.
It's the director. Okay. Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Yeah. So for where we're at right now, you know, I think it's appropriate to, you know, eliminate the residential or have the residential fee set at 0 today. I just hate to keep adding on to the cost of housing. So that would be my 2 bits, but I don't think it should be removed because I think it needs to be part of the overall conversation, because there will be a time that the public will be able to, you know, cover those costs again, you know, where the economy gets to a point that we'll be able to do that. But right now it's just not the time. Would these fees be included? Because one of the things is, we all know I deal with affordable housing on a variety of different levels. These fees would be included on affordable housing projects as well? Oh, they
If
are
it's a
exempt.
25% component of affordable, then it's not, they're exempt.
It is exempt. Okay.
Yeah, and these are not fees that are paid to the city for the most part. This is part of the project that's incorporated. And so, you know, I think what's important too is when you add public art, sometimes you take away other costs in some areas as well. So that, and the majority of the development we will have in Glendora is residential.
Right.
So that is why staff had the inclusiveness of that aspect, but absolutely it's a council policy call.
Other questions? If nobody, David, you,
I concur that we should leave the residential factor in. What that number is set tonight or at the second hearing is not as important as leaving it as a possibility. So I wouldn't close the door on that. So I agree with your thought.
Well, it's left as a possibility based on the ordinance, the introduction of the ordinance that you just read. So this would be your considerations about what is going to be the fee proposal that staff comes back to you for the resolution that will be adopted, and it'll be incorporated into the master fee schedule. That resolution and the master fee schedule can be, it's amended all the time. And so you would, if you later wanted to add residential, you do it pursuant to the powers granted by the ordinance.
you know, I was just going to ask you, Gary, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but for the public, we can't talk with each other about stuff like this. So when the hot dog is made, you're seeing how the hot dog's made, and it's ugly. Okay. Or the sausage or whatever. So would there be some wiggle room in your thinking to go from half to a quarter, or raise the 11 to 15? Or are you comfortable with where you are? And I totally get that and respect that, but I'm just asking
Well,
the question.
The size of the project really wouldn't make any difference, because the fee is going to be the same 0.5% of the value, and it's going to
Right.
be passed on to the consumer, whether that's one house or whether it's 500 homes.
But if we cut the half to a quarter,
That would make it easier. A question I have, is this not something that could be negotiated with each project as it comes into play?
So
good idea.
Here's the challenge. If you don't set forth some expectations up front at the counter for the quality of the art by setting a fee associated with what it should come by, and I get it that money doesn't always is inclusive of quality. It's difficult for staff to ask for certain things when someone comes back and says, "Here's my art," that doesn't meet our standards. So without a doubt, a lot of the projects that staff does get, and we do see, and developers come in, and I think all of you have seen those emails, it's always has some sort of artistic element to it of late. Mark, is that a fair assumption of what comes in? But maybe not at the quality that staff likes. And so if we're going to do a program and we want to encourage that the quality of the construction you know, the city council has taken on objective standards, right? And that's going to come back for council. And I can assure you when those objective standards come back and the quality of the building that councils want is going to drive up the price of any building that's in town. And so I think we need to be prepared for this conversation that yes, there are things that are going to cost more, but I think we also need to have an understanding of if we have expectations of our community, of council members, of planning commission members, of staff members, that a certain quality project comes in, things like objective standards, when we ask for different materials and architecture, and it's not just boxes with holes, it's not a cheap proposition, right? And so the reason why we have the dollar threshold there, or other cities, and Mark and Aaron, you did the research, feel free to jump in any time, is to ensure that there's a dollar amount that staff is expecting a quality project of that magnitude. I think that is why the dollar figures are in there.
It's, you need a set fee. You can't have a program without an established fee. Otherwise, you're just, you know, willy-nilly at the counter negotiating with the developer about what the fee is going to be. And then they're always going to complain that you're overcharging me and there's no nexus based on, you know, what you're assessing. And, you know, look at what you allowed this other project to get away with, which opens the city up to various challenges.
One of the first things developers ask is, can I see a list of your development impact fees? And then this will be one of the listed items, because they will need to do their pro forma analysis of a project to figure out what the total construction costs are. This will be one little itsy line item amongst all of them, but this will need to be in their pro forma. And all the bigger projects that we're starting to have discussions about as of late, we're making them aware, like this council's discussing in our policy, you should be aware. So you might want to put a little line item in there just in case this happens. And they're all going, well, sure, fine. You know, they're used to that. The bigger developers are used to this kind of thing. And they're like, what's the percentage? And I kind of threw out the number it might be. So they can at least have a line item in preparation of that. It's an expectation they're aware of, at least the bigger developers. And optics up front is hugely important.
So what we've done already, we can still have that discussion when we have the rate discussion, correct?
This is just a
leave everything-
mere proposal. This is yes.
So we can leave everything away.
There's going to be a separate public hearing.
And schedule the second public hearing, and we can discuss it then, and we can
We have
match rate this.
We actually need to have dollar amounts or rates in the public hearing notice.
Yeah.
Have a range?
No. The public needs to know exactly what the city council is considering as it relates to rates.
We can consider a range and ask for
No.
public comment.
No.
So the master fee schedule has to be sent out to people who have requested to be notified whenever the city reviews or creates new fees. So there has to be specific information associated with that.
Edison, the gas company, BIA, some developers, it's a list.
But what you state, what the resolution will come back to you as, that can be amended at that public hearing.
What we can do, if the council requests extra time, we can continue action 5 to a future meeting as well.
That just kicks the can down the road. We started this, you started this last April?
May the 25th. No, I mean, I'm fine continuing, another month. I mean, I think the, good news that we can celebrate is that we have a, ordinance, or at least a proposed one. We have to have a second reading for art.
Would you like us to come back just on commercial and come back with residential at a later date? Is there?
What's the feeling?
I got to tell you, it's one of those things that we sit up here and we talk all the time about. We're put in positions that we have to make decisions where it's either a bad choice, a worse choice, or a terrible choice. I'd like to make a motion that we accept item 5, the fees that are in place, including the 0.5% on residential housing.
I'll second that.
Okay, a motion has been made. Dare I ask if there's any other discussion? I probably should not ask that.
So this is only on item 5.
Only on item 5, and it will come back for a full discussion. Correct, Mr. City Attorney? Okay. Welcome. This is your first night, and man, you're getting You're getting drilled. That's good.
We haven't thrown anything yet.
So fun.
Okay, let's call for that vote.
So I have a motion made by Councilmember Boyer and seconded by Councilmember Davis. I will now conduct oral roll call. Councilmember Alowis?
Yes, because we get to do this one more time, right?
Yes, that's what item.
Not that I'm into pain, but yes.
Councilmember Boyer?
Yes, with no additional
Councilmember-
comment.
Thank you.
Feel the love.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedenau?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Thank you. We have thoroughly vetted that, and we will be back to further vet the component of a fee. We will just leave when we come back up to staff, Adam. We don't need to give you a timeline. Okay, good. All right. Okay. Okay, I'm getting back on my track here.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second that.
Calendar has been moved 5 to
5 through
11.
11.
I'd like to make a comment.
So Karen has moved that, Michael has seconded it, and yes, David had earlier said that he wanted to make a comment on one of the items.
Want to
David?
push the button?
Yeah, I don't want to
Want to push?
pull anything, but I want to thank staff for on item 6 about the purchase of dollarized vehicles. Thank you for the graphics. Fabulous. Regarding item 7 on the Business Improvement District events, I want us to just recognize that doing the math and the number of businesses that are members of the Business Improvement District and the number of days of the year, we could expect, I realize this is a grand worst case scenario, but 8 events a day. And I challenge that amplified sound is probably going to bite us in the hiney if the bid people don't help manage themselves. I hope they can do that. I just think that amplified sound at a business front may not be necessary. I'll go with it, but I hope it doesn't bite us in the backside.
Great, thank you. Okay, we have a motion, and in the second, please vote, and then we'll have an oral vote as well.
I will now conduct oral roll call. Councilmember Alowis?
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedenau?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. This takes us to item 12, approve a agreement with Ortco Inc. I hope I said that name correctly, for installing park shade structures at Louis Pompey Sports Park in the amount of $477,700. And Kelsey Fay is to report. Kelsey, good evening, and thank you for sticking around.
Of course.
All right.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Tonight I will be presenting to approve the agreement with Ortco Incorporated for the installation of park shade structures at Louis Pompey Memorial Sports Park. So the city submitted an application to the Regional Park and Open Space District for the Louis Pompey Memorial Sports Park Shade Structure Project in April of 2023. The city received notification in June 2023 that we were receiving a grant award in the amount of $858,118. The city purchased the shade structures using a cooperative agreement in July of 2023 to allow time for the manufacturer to begin the engineering and fabrication process. The notice inviting bids was released in early November 2023, and 2 bids were received. The scope of work includes installing shade structures over the seating areas at the 4 softball fields, the football field, and the soccer field. We've already worked with shade systems and received the plans of how the shade structure should be installed and went through the approval process with our building division already. As of right now, the structures are expected to be on site the week of January 22nd. The bid closed on November 22nd, and we received 2 bids. The city deemed Ortco Incorporated to be the lowest responsible and qualified bidder due to their qualifications and their high recommendations from their references when performing our due diligence. Each reference that was contacted for them provided a glowing recommendation, stated they would hire them again for future jobs. Ortco Incorporated is a local company that's been specializing in the installation of playground equipment, shade and sail structures, rubber surfacing, and outdoor fitness equipment for over 30 years. The city was granted $858,118 from Regional Park and Open Space District. $448,608 was used to purchase the shade structures, leaving $409,510 for installation from Measure A funds. The city budgeted $114,870 in the fiscal year 2023 to 25 capital improvement program to cover additional costs needed for installation and contingency, for a total budget of $972,988. This concludes my report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Kelsey, thank you. Appreciate that. Questions from council? Karen, anything? David, your light's on?
No, thank you. Thank you, Kelsey.
Michael, nothing? Gary, okay.
We have a motion.
We have a motion. Okay. Motion by Karen, seconded by Michael. Please vote. And while the voting is getting done, I want to affirm what Kelsey said, and John is back there. The Pompey Park is looking fantastic, and I commend staff for the excellent job that they've done. So we have voted. Please roll call.
Councilmember Halowitz?
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friednall?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0.
thank you.
Hey, Mendel, if I may, while we're on the subject.
Sure.
Do we have an estimated date of when the park's going to be reopened?
We're looking at February 3rd. Once we meet with this to see what they need to do. But we're looking at February 3rd to be back and to have our grand reopening.
Okay, looking forward to it. Thanks.
Thank you, John. All right, we can now go to item 13, library. What a sacred gem of our city. We're here to talk about structural assessment, the visioning that I know the council and Janet Stone's board has been doing. I'm thankful that 2 of the members of her board are here. And the options to fund it, that's always a critical part. And to kick it off, Janet Stone and Adam, I think, are going to tag team it. So welcome. The floor is yours, Janet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, City staff, and community. Hello. So for this evening, we have a few things we're going to do. We're going to give you an overview of the current library building, then talk a little bit about the building that could serve for another 35 to 50 years. And after that, talk a little bit about the political and fiscal environment in which we find ourselves with that building currently and in the future. And with that, I will turn it over to City Manager Adam Raymond.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Janet, for the introduction, and I'll cover the timeline of the current building, some political partnerships and disagreements, and sort of how it is that library was built. We get asked the question a lot, you know, why is it that there's not a lot of new buildings? And so outside of the teen center, really no new buildings have been built since the 50s and 60s here at the city. And we'll share a little bit about why that's the case. So a little bit of story time. We promise to make this quick, but really the current library building kicks off in a conversation in 1955 where the city council asked the public if we should pass a bond to fund a library. That fails 32% yes to 68% no, with 1,320 votes at that time. But the Glendora Public has supported a lot of buildings in the past. And in fact, 10 years after this in 1965, and I think it's also important to know what's going on in the world at this time in the 50s and 60s. In 1965, there's a police measure for a bond measure, $790,000 for the construction of your current police department that is there. And that passes 86% yes, 14% no. The total votes received are more than double in that 10-year period, as we'll talk a little bit later. The city's growing pretty rapidly at this time as well. In 1967 and 1968, there's a renewed conversation in the community about building of a new library. In fact, this is a continual conversation that happens when you go back and look at city council meetings from the original reading room to City Hall space, and that should say 1923, excuse me, instead of 1912, but original City Hall space in 1912. And then again, we look at a City Hall annex in 1930 in this building. When the City Hall, when this building, which was the library that we're sitting in, ironically this evening, was looked at being small enough, we actually added on this way. That's the Bidwell expansion, the original expansion, which is now John's office space and where Craig and Greg and the rest of our communication staff is housed. So throughout our history, the library's expansion, more room as our community is expanded and more services are offered, has continued to be a topic of conversation. In 68 and 69, the conversation is spearheaded based on annexations, population growth, and what is perceived as potential school impacts. In fact, the city at that time was passing its 1990 general plan, or a planning document for the next 20 years. They estimated the population would grow from 30,000 to 80,000 people, and that the student enrollment would increase from 9,100 to 25,000. And this is Glendora Unified School District. Just for a point of clarification, the current enrollment at Glendora School District is just above 6,000. In fact, there's a letter from 1968 from the city manager then to the Glendora Unified School District talking about the population increases and the prediction that current enrollment of 9,100. So to put this in perspective, that's about just under a third of the population is students at that time. Okay. There are 22,000 less residents at this date than there are currently, and we have 3,000 less students than we do then. So essentially people moved in, had kids, and never left. So they estimate that the enrollment would grow to 25,000 students, and of those 25,000 students, a little more than 21,000 would be within the city's boundaries. In February of 1969, the city council authorizes the city manager to apply for library grant funds, and the city calls for a general obligation library bond measure to be on a future ballot for a total of $785,000. In September of 1969, the city council receives an update on library financing and moves to cancel the ballot measure. In what can only be seen as irony for those of you who have kept track of what's happening in the 2024 election, there are three separate measures on our November 24 statewide election that consider changing the taxing structure in the state of California. Same thing is happening in 1968 and 69. In fact, there's so much confusion over what's a 2/3 or 50+1, but the council stops it. They said, we're not going to go forward. There's too much confusion. And they hire the city, they ask the city manager to hire a financial consultant and continues work on the current library in the form of an architect. In November and December of 1969, the city is denied state and federal funding. Some correlation, the city council gave us permission to apply from the state of California for some grant funding for multi-millions of dollars to fix it, and we were also denied that grant funding, and we can talk a little bit about that later. And so the city moves forward with its, and I quote, ultra-modern library design, and reduces the overall footprint from 33,000 to 28,000. And I bet Janet and her staff wish they had that extra 5,000 square feet right now. And the total estimated cost is increased to $1.1 million. That includes design, land acquisition, and furnishings. To give you some idea, a new library of the same size built to modern standards could be somewhere in the $55-65 million range. Talk about inflation. So, and what's publicly stated at this time, including in the newspapers, is the library facility is anticipated to serve the city for the next 35 years. So we're well past the anticipated lifespan of what they thought that building would be. In late 1969 and 1970, there's an effort by Miss Everett Cloutman In order to, the city decides they're not going to issue bonds, they're going to move forward a different way. We'll talk about that. But she determines that the library needs to have a vote on this, the public does, and solicits signatures and fails by about 200 of the threshold required to do so. Her cause is supported by one of the 5 council members at that time. In July of 1970, the city of Glendora creates the Library Authority with the Glendora Unified School District. This joint power authority, largely spearheaded by a letter that starts in 1968, creates an authority that's allowed to issue debt. There is an acknowledgement of the growing school population and their accessibility to, at that time, predominantly materials such as books that will be helpful. In November of 1970, the city council approves ground leases and subleases. And this is the way in which the authority, which is also the school district and the city, to issue debt. These ground leases essentially create the revenue stream that the banking industry will show as revenue to pay for future debt service. The total debt service on the amount of bonds, which we'll talk about, is issued was $81,000 a year. Those bonds were completed as a sale in November of 1970 for $950,000. The remaining 1.1 was funded by the city's library fund and general fund. Bank of America issued the bonds. It was slightly under 7%, 6.99% for 30 years. So if you're keeping track at home, current high inflation rates, interest rates, it is eerily similar, the conversation we're having this evening and what was happening more than 50 years ago. And what can only be seen as breakneck pace in today's world, because the restrictions were much different in building California. We issue bonds in November 1970. We also ground break at the same time, and we have a grand opening by February of 1972. And so talk a little bit about the history of what was happening. So in 1911, in the city's incorporation, we have 700 residents. The highlighted areas here are the area of incorporation. By 1950, we have 4,000 residents. There are slight annexations around the main core. And if you look down at the cemetery space down there off of Gladstone, as well as also incorporation in the city, largely the area surrounding is Charter Oak, or known as. In 1960, the city grows to 20,700 residents. By 1970, we're at 31,380 residents and begin to annex some of the foothills. By 1980, we're at 38,500 residents, the pace of which we're growing is increasing, but we're still growing. And by 2000, or by 1980, and then by 2000, we're at 49,000. This should look very similar to what we have now. And in fact, the last annexation occurs in 2013. And you can just see on your left-hand side, the fill in the blank there on those areas. It's always important to note, to keep things in frame of reference. We view Glendora, as a quote unquote medium-sized city here. We know a lot of our neighbors, a lot of people, you see people all the time around the city. But at about 52,000, we're down from about 52,500 in 2000. But even at 51,159, out of 19,500 cities in the United States, Glendora is in the top 800 largest cities. So in the grand scheme of things, Glendora is actually a fairly decent sized city. We have and provide a lot of services to our community and have grown quite a bit over our history. There's an article in the San Gabriel Tribune in 1969, and I quote, "The library was financed through a joint powers agreement between the city and school district. The library was a result of funds saved when the city's fire department merged with the county. The city's savings of $120,000 annually will go towards completing the payments of the library." And the question is this correct? And it's both yes and no. And we're happy to share a little bit about that. So before Prop 13 and a limitation on property tax, the city every year would set the assessed valuation of the city. And we just went through the growth of the city. So you see these huge leaps and bounds in assessed valuation. So the city had separate funds in the general fund, a separate fund for the library fund, a separate fund for parks and recreation. State retirement, as CalPERS, had its own reimbursement, and then a public safety bond, which we talked about, which was passed in 1955. In total, the city had a effective property tax rate of 1.38%. This does not include fire. There's a portion of the general fund that does pay for fire here. However, to put this in reference, when Prop 13 passed and property taxes were limited to 1% plus any ad valorem or property tax measures that passed, the city receives on average about 9% of the 1%. We used to receive almost 1.4%. That is a significant difference. And no, property tax was not the highest revenue in the city at this time. Sales tax still was. Sales tax still was a little more money than property tax even at that time. And that goes a lot to say of a previous conversation we just had, which was the cost of housing has significantly increased from 68 and 69. So library funding was 103,000. This sort of formula stays the place through some of the conversation that we have in 1968, 69, 70, and 71 as the library is being built. But I want you to pay attention here in 71, 72, 72, 73, 73, 74, and 74, 75. As the library building gets up and running, the percentage that the city charges towards residential property tax increases by about double, essentially. If we go back to the previous slide and look down at the very bottom, you'll see the fire contract used to be 0.65%. So between LA County Fire and the city, residents paid about 2% of their property tax, double Prop 13 to both the city and the county. Under the auspice of the city merged fire departments, what actually occurred was LA County Fire took over all the fiscal responsibilities. They charged the residents more money from 0.65 to 0.475, which reduced the city's obligation in its general fund. And the city raised the amount it received on the library to pay for the debt service. In essence, were the residents charged the same from the city? Yes. But were they charged more for fire? Also, yes. So there really wasn't any savings, quote unquote. The city, because this is Prop 13, was able to move around financing to largely fund the library through the issuance of debt by simply assessing more tax revenue to the valuation of the properties. And you will see here the library's portion of property tax that goes up pretty significantly. I apologize for the quality of the imaging here. I'm really appreciative that the city clerk's office has these old budget documents, but I just wanted to share something because oftentimes we always look back and say things were better way back when. Do you remember when that happened? And I'd like to share with you the following. In Glendora, for example, the city manager is complaining about costs and the great increase and how this is the largest revenue and expenditure gap in the history of America. 68 and 69. And they use the police department as an example and say costs in 67, 68 were 424,000, excluding fringe benefits. The proposed budget recommends 739,000 based on current salary rates. So essentially the cost went up about 74%. And the city manager at that time complains that the city's overall property tax revenues only went up 45% in 4 years. So just to put this in perspective, if our revenues went up 40% in property tax in 4 years, we wouldn't be coming to you having a conversation about the library. We would just build it. So, but at this time, the city's also growing, right? So we have to add additional staff. A lot of the PD increases are not because it's the same size staff. There's a larger staff. So not poking fun at the three gentlemen in the back there, but I just found it funny that the same thing that, a lot of cities complain about, and today we were also complaining about in 68, 69. But are these rates that the city of Glendora used to charge, were they excessive? No. In fact, the city of Glendora has largely prided itself on its low cost that it charged its residents for a high quality of life. And in fact, the effective property tax rate of 1.38%, so this does not include fire, is largely very small as it relates to the San Gabriel Valley. So if you look at some of these cities, and this is a comparison from 1971 to 72 in a budget, the highest city is Claremont. Next is San Dimas, then Monrovia, South Pasadena, Monterey Park, West Covina, so on and so forth. In fact, Glendora is one of the lowest at 1.38%. The average is 1.56. So one of the things that was new to me and one of the things I think that's really interesting is Prop 9 and Prop 13 were limited the property tax. And this is why, so Prop 9 actually becomes a precursor to Prop 13 in 1968. And essentially, they were going to limit the amount that of property tax could be charged as homeowners were getting potentially forced out of their homes by this never capped property tax. This was put to the voters in 1968, and the city of Glendora writes at that time that it is the opinion of the city of Glendora Council that the proposed amendment is an irresponsible approach to the problem of tax reform because in part it misleads the public into believing there will be a tax decrease when in fact a massive tax shift requiring a significant state tax increase will result. State income tax would have to be tripled and the state sales tax quadrupled to cover the revenue deficit created by this measure. The bonding capacity of the city essentially would be limited so that no further bonds could be issued to finance future city construction on a pay-go basis. In 1968, Prop 13 passes, which is an expansion of Prop 9 that was presented. And largely the city council, I wish we could find that crystal ball somewhere in our time capsule outside, but they were right. So essentially what we've seen since that time is an increase of personal income taxes. We've seen an increase in the number of sales taxes, the increased number of property taxes, and cities have lost their ability to bond. It's also important to note that at this time in the state of California, cities were responsible for a lot of the infrastructure costs, roads, a lot of the grant funding wasn't there. I think one of our biggest complaints now is that by the time money comes down from the state through the county to the city, it's been scooped off the top 10 times and we don't get nearly the return on the investment that we're paying in taxes. So this is why a lot of new facilities in the cities haven't been built. We lost that authority of which to do so. So a little bit of background for the conversation as we're moving forward, and I will turn this presentation over to Janet.
Okay, so to talk a little bit about the actual library building itself, we're going to start with the structural analysis. So over the years, since Adam's background there have been some ongoing building related issues, including some structural deficiencies and some water intrusion. And we'll give you an update on that tonight. Sorry. Okay, so a little bit of history. In 2021, we had a preliminary structural assessment done. This was primarily so we could look at getting some shade out on the plaza area. And during that preliminary assessment, they noted that there is some visible cracking in the beams inside the library. In 2023, therefore, we contracted with a firm called the MHP to perform an in-depth structural analysis. And that included some initial visioning activities, which we'll talk about a little bit, and also some conceptual designs for a second story addition, in addition to looking at the structure itself. Okay, so what did MHP find? So they found that other than some what they call wall anchorage upgrades, really there was no indication of seismic strengthening being warranted. However, there is minor to moderate cracking throughout the library's main roof structure, which many of us know as the plaza. On the top is the roof structure underneath. And the membrane in the plaza may be compromised, which is what leads to some referred to as the raining inside the library. And then also there are some concerns with the girders and some of the footings in terms of the live load and some bearing pressures. So there are concerns that were identified by MHP. So for those concerns, their recommendations are these, that there are some significant retrofitting and repairs needed. The Bidwell Plaza is okay for passive use. It's currently not being used for public assembly events of over 500 people with equipment. And they recommended that waterproofing consultants should be retained to address the rain inside the library. Okay, so MHP also conducted what they call the second phase of their study. And this is one of the reasons we went with them, is because they looked at what they called the programmatic needs of the library, so that they could assess what the more ideal building would look like, and therefore be able to provide us some other options. So they looked at the feasibility of a vertical expansion of the building, and they worked to do that with library stakeholders to look at the intended uses of the space. To do this visioning, they brought in an architectural consultant. There were a series of 7 workshops, which included people from MHP, from the library, the Board of Trustees, the Friends Foundation, the City Manager's Office, and Public Works Department. So it was a pretty good representation of a lot of stakeholders in the library teams. And for the initial inputs into this programmatic visioning, we offered them the library's current strategic framework. We also projected the consultants projected the population and per capita square footage allocation that they kind of were shooting for. So they said that probably for our population, they would expect 45,000 to a little over 52,000 gross square feet. Currently, we're right around 30,000. So we're looking at an expansion of about 20,000 square feet is kind of what they were working with as they did our visioning with us. They also provided an environmental scan for us. So we, among other things, part of our homework was that we proposed some library building spaces of the future. So inside the library building, what is it intended to do? And those included the customer-driven workspaces, which this is where the community can bring materials, technologies, and ideas and do some sort of short-term projects staging of their own. We also talked about public assembly spaces. This is the public's third place, so to speak, where they have spaces to learn, to train, to discuss, deliberate, to follow their own agenda, brainstorm, debate, celebrate, that sort of thing. Then we also identified that there's a need for some library mediated, as opposed to customer driven, library mediated public workspaces. And this is where people can come and work with library provided experts and equipment to sort of up their skills in a variety of different realms. And it would be flexible. What we call fulfillment center services. So basically, this is how the world of ideas gets packaged and into your hands. Libraries have supply chains just like anything else, and these building spaces are going to be flexibly designed for where the tech and the experts receive, store, prepare, and distribute our information inventory. Small private and semi-private spaces. It is a global information world, and sometimes you just need to find your own little corner in it. So these are places that are where people can come in pairs or small groups and discuss, create, and grow the world of ideas. The physical content showroom. This is the browsing space. And these are flexible spaces where people can browse collections. And that might be traditional materials, but it could be historical treasures, future technology, works of art and science, or anything in between. There are some others as well. Leisure spaces. This is just a place to chill and relax in this, world of information overload. And then the library services spaces is where you need to make that, the public needs to make that connection. It's where they interact with the staff and the expertise that they bring. That's where those library service spaces come in. There are also going to be some, additional things like smaller allotments for preservation and archival storage, public access technologies, food services, event catering, some flexible spaces that we haven't identified yet, and of course, infrastructure for things like boilers and HVAC and that kind of stuff. So that's how we outlined the spaces of the future. As part of the workshops, the consultants brought to us some photographs of things that they thought were interesting out in the library world. And this branch up in Canada's branch library up in Edmonton, I'm going to show a few show you a few slides from this so that you can see how a library space can be flexible inside. So for example, this is their makerspace. This is what it looks like today. And you can imagine that a makerspace, 10 years ago will look different than today's makerspace is going to look different from the one 10 years from now. Size, technologies, that sort of thing will be different. But this is a snapshot of what it looked like at opening. And you can see it there in the background of this image. So the idea here is that this space holds these smaller kinds of spaces that we just talked through flexibly, so that if you need more space for that makerspace, eventually you can readjust this in this larger space that is this branch library, or you can reduce it, or you can rearrange it and that sort of thing. So this shows you that makerspace in context. This is that same library. There are areas here where you can, this is the content showroom that we talked about, right? In this case, it happens to show books. There are places inside this structure where you can create meeting spaces that are a little bit larger, like this one. And you can also create smaller individualized working spaces like this. This is all the same branch library, and all of this has a certain amount of flexibility built into it. And the environment can be very colorful and very personalized. It's not a big warehouse. Each space can be very creative, like this children's area. So, as another part of what the consultants did was to do a little bit of what they called a roast of the current building. So this goes beyond the structural issues and tells the story of how the building feels and looks and how it serves the public and that sort of thing. So I'll just zoom through some of what they talked about in terms of the current building. First of all, there's no visibility of the activities happening inside when you're outside the library. First of all, it's like this big fortress. The entry process is dark and it's not intuitive, hard to find your way inside sometimes. There are several areas where the existing environment fails to meet current codes. Some of these are like the banisters, some of the door clearances, that kind of thing. There are inadequacies in the electrical connectivity, in the temperature control and ventilation. We know about the water leaks. They've been there almost since the library opened. The lighting systems are also outdated and require upgrades. They commented that the library staff workplaces are small and overcrowded, and they noted that they lack that natural daylight. And there are also clear shortage of storage spaces because we have stuff stored into corners of the public areas of the library out of the way, but not behind closed doors. So that was what they noticed. I will say, I didn't write a slide about this, but I will say that they also commented that the library is actually, they found it in terms of the services and otherwise, other than those kinds of things, they found it very welcoming. And I just want to give a shout out to the staff, because the consultants really did comment on the other experiences of the library, like the interpersonal ones being really great. And that's because of the great team that works there. So I want to make sure I acknowledge that. The building might have some struggles, but the staff really helps compensate for that. They work a little bit of magic. I think the consultant actually used that word. So after looking at all the different types of spaces of the future, and after roasting the current building and talking with all of these stakeholders across these 7 meetings, they put together a couple of concepts of what could be done with the current building to get that extra 20,000 or so square feet. So I'm going to show you a couple of these. There are a couple things to know about what you're about to see. First of all, these are not like the plans for a new library. What they did was they took all of this information and then they used it in the cost analyses of how much it would cost to give us a space that could serve the way we want to serve. So these are data. Basically, these models are data, but it's kind of interesting to see what they look like. So here's a couple of them. They also are not architectural drawings. They are basically mass drawings. So they just show you what the shape of the building would look like, not how pretty it could be. So the first one, they called it the deck concept. And for this one, they put a second story over the existing plaza deck, and then also added a 2-story addition along the Glendora Avenue side. And this is around, they said $20 million. Now that's just construction costs. So the project itself would be more, but just construction costs, they put it about 20 million. So this is what it looks like. You can see the addition along Glendora, which is sort of in the lower right-hand corner, and the greenish area is the added layer above the plaza. So that's sort of how the building would look aerially. And here is what this would look like from the street. Now, again, this is not an architectural rendering. It's just for the kind of the mass of the building and how this would look from Glendora Avenue. They also did an option called what they called the Paseo. And this one has 3 different blocks that you'll see in the next slides. One of them extends the library again toward Glendora Avenue, and one extends the library south into a little bit into what is currently the police station parking lot. And then between them is what they call this Paseo. It's kind of an atrium-like space that captures a lot of natural light and can provide actually also a lot of different sort of programmatic space as well. This option was around 23 million. Again, that's just the construction costs. So you can see the lightish yellow area. That's what this is what the Paseo concept would look like. That slightly raised area in the middle of the yellow section, that is the Paseo. There's an entrance there on Glendora Avenue. And one thing they talked about in a lot of these cases is that all of this stuff they would recommend being lots of windows. So from Glendora, from the outside, you can actually see what's happening inside the library to open up all of that access. And then here's what that one would look like from the street. Again, without those windows and all that sort of stuff, just so you can sort of see the general mass of it. A lot of these also have a lot of rooftop, programmable rooftop space. So, so we would not be losing that wonderful high level view of the foothills and that programmable space. So there's just a couple of options that they outlined so that they could help cost out what different options would be for the future library. Okay, so in terms of what to consider, there's everything from just addressing the structural aspects of the library to improving some of it infrastructure, to actually remodeling it, or into actually modernizing it. So there's a whole spectrum of stuff to consider. And this table should look familiar. This came to you back in May when the Public Works was asking to apply for some state funding. And they put together this table of different levels of costs, and what the consultants from MHP and the architectural consultants came back with fit right into this pattern. What they did was a lot of construction costs, what you see here, like total project costs, but it was all right in the same ballpark. You can see that to basically deal with the essential kind of critical maintenance, the repairs without any other kind of improvements to the building is kind of right in the middle of this table, really sort of $5 to $8 million. And then it goes up from there, whether you're looking at expanding and modernizing, or whether you're actually looking at an entirely new facility, which goes up to around 70 million or more, depending on what you want to do when you build it. So I mentioned the grant that Public Works was looking at in May. That application was submitted. We were not selected for funding at this time. And from the letter, the quote was, Glendora was not among the facilities with the highest poverty levels as determined by the California poverty measures. So that was the result of that funding. And the scope of project that was applied for at that time, not just the grant funds, but also other funds matched by the city, would have topped out at 8 million. So that was just for the infrastructure improvements without any other sort of modernization of the library, but we did not get those funds. So a little bit more about the fiscal environment that we find ourselves in and the political environment. Just wanted to acknowledge that this is from a report made in a public meeting to the Glendora Unified School District, that they did some polling, and in that report to them was these results that said nearly 6 in 10 voters support a potential measure to provide funds for classroom repairs, upgrades, and safety improvements for the Unified School District up to 10 that was up 10 points from the last time they surveyed. And so part of the conclusion in the report that was made to the board was that $140 million bond measure for the Glendora Unified School District is worthy of future planning and consideration. The board itself did not take any action. They just basically received this report the evening that it was delivered. So some other things, we have some funding options to mention and also some watch list items that kind of go along with those. There are options for citizen initiated funding, city initiated funding. We'll talk a little bit about the approval requirements for those and then just some other considerations that have come across the board in the time that we've been discussing all of this. Okay, so to start off with the citizen initiated funding. There are legal precedents for this. This is where a group of citizens does the proposing. It can be a special property tax. It's done by initiative. To pass, it currently requires a majority vote, and it would take about a year. The signature gathering period is about 6 months, and the watch list item for this is what's commonly called the Taxpayer Act. It's the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act. If this goes through, it would require a 2/3 vote of the electorate for an initiative. So this currently requires a majority vote, but there's this act out there that might change that. It also, that act attempts to apply this requirement retroactively. The California Supreme Court has agreed to consider pulling this measure from the 2024 ballot. So that's why it's on our watch list, is because we really don't know what's going to happen with that one. So there's also city initiated funding. This could be at a special or at a general election. We'll talk a little bit about the approval requirements for those. There's another watch list item here called ACA 1. It's a constitutional amendment that's put on the ballot next year, would allow the same 55% vote for public infrastructure and affordable housing. So that would apply to parcel taxes, sales and use taxes, general obligation bonds, public infrastructure purposes, which includes library facilities. So that's out there. That could help if that goes through. That could allow a 55% vote instead of some of the requirements you're about to see here. So again, that always in motion is the future, right? See what I would say. So here we go. Political and fiscal environment continued. These are just some excerpts that from some legislative analyst office tables about what different kinds of measures require what different kinds of voter approval. What you're really looking at in this case are the far right columns that tell you what's required for voter approval for different kinds of funding measures. For general tax revenues and that are used for unrestricted purposes, it's a majority. When you get into special taxes that are used for specific purposes and also school or special district taxes and general obligation bonds, then you get to a 2/3. There are exceptions. This is, like I said, just a broad strokes table, but at this point you get to a 2/3 voter approval is required. Property assessments and property-related fees. There are, again, some more specific conditions. Some cases, it's a majority of the affected property owners weighted by assessment liability. In other cases, 2/3 of the voters of the majority of affected property, or, excuse me, 2/3 of voters or a majority of the affected property owners, dependent on some factors. So as you can see, there are very few of these things that require a simple majority of the voters. In most cases, it requires more than that. All right. Other funding considerations that have come across the table, we just thought we would mention some of these to check them off the list. In terms of your thought processes, we have the Joint Powers Authority, commonly known as a JPA. For example, this is often with a school district. Legal has told us that it's unlikely that a library would fit within the definitions required for this in terms of fundraising, right? In terms of a funding measure, it's unlikely that a library would fit the definitions. Also talked about were private-public partnerships. We know that at least a few months ago, Burbank was exploring one of these to supplement the state grant funds that they were getting. So kind of keeping an ear out on that one. And then also other things that were more likely to really add value than to fund the entire project are things like smaller naming rights and sponsorship donations, rather than thinking that something like that would likely fund an entire building. It's possible that it could fund some features of a building and that sort of thing. But we want to make sure we just mention that all of those have been part of the conversation as we go along. Okay, so what kind of timing are we looking at here? If we want to survey the population, we have been polling the population. We have been talking with the firm that does the community survey every couple to 3 years here. And it takes about 50 days from start to finish to run a poll of this kind that sort of finds out what the public's receptivity is. As far as the measures themselves, citizen proposed, if you're going for the November 2024 election, it was recommended that those notice of intent be filed by December 22nd, 2023. It's not a hard deadline, but that was the recommendation, just to make sure that any citizen proposed measures have enough time to do all of the steps involved. And then for city proposed measures, again, assuming the November 2024 election, the last day the city council would have to call the election and transmit that resolution is in August of 2024. Okay, so out of all of that stuff, we're basically asking you to discuss amongst yourselves. We're happy to answer any questions we can, and provide direction to staff as you need to regarding a few different things. First of all, the scope of any recommended projects you have related to the library building. How big? What do you want to do? Scope of any recommended associated projects at other facilities that you might want to specify. So if you want to wrap other city building needs into some project with the library, let us know about that. If there are architectural concept drawings that would help with this process, let us know what you would like to have done about that. Your position on funding options for whatever the recommended projects you have are. And finally, anything you want to instruct us on as far as the public polling data that might be needed in support of any of this. So, and then as a secondary thing, depending on your direction in support of all of that, we would ask that you would authorize the city manager or his designee to execute professional services agreements and appropriate necessary funds. And if obviously you would want to set some parameters for that as part of the discussion. All right. So thank you so much for your attention. It covered several decades worth of Glendora history and several aspects of the library building and the environment we find ourselves in. And we look forward to being able to answer your questions and hear what you might have to say about it.
Janet, thank you. Adam, thank you. You both have done an excellent job, and the public just needs to know that the council and Janet's board met a couple months ago. I believe it was just about an all-day exchange where we heard most, if not all, of this, and we had a robust exchange of ideas and visioning and tour, and so I think that the public needs to know that there's been some ancillary work that both of us have done. So with that, we will bring it back to the council. And Karen, since you have been here the longest, maybe you can create some context, perspective, or ideas that would help us.
I haven't been here since 1911.
No, I know.
Nor
No, I was not inferring
1968,
that.
but
But you set up here for
yes,
close to 20 years. So
But no, and the conversation has come up over and over again about city facilities. The library is not alone, and the fact that their building is tired, their staff is very vibrant and does a tremendous job. So quite a contrast to the structure itself. So I'll just say it. If we're going to do anything, we need to do it all. We need to do new civic center. We need new library, new police station, modifications to City Hall. So if we are going to ask the public to do something, we need to do it all at once and not piecemeal. Councils in the past have kicked the can down the road, and we're at that place where we've put so many Band-Aids on all of our buildings that there aren't enough Band-Aids anymore. So I think that we need to do some polling of the public, see if there is that appetite, and ask staff to look at what our options are and proceed accordingly, because just to put another Band-Aid on it is not going to help anything.
Great.
So
Thank
there you go.
Gary and I have set up here for 9 years, so I will go to Gary and let him give a perspective from his time here.
Well, as we've been having this conversation, there's been two things that have come to light. First off, our city staff has done an amazing job hiding the fact that our structures are in bad shape. It's like sometimes, you go into the buildings. I will share with you, I had an opportunity to take a tour of the library a few months ago, and I'm in the library on a regular basis. But I took a tour, accompanied my wife with the Library Friends Foundation, and where you walk through and you actually look at every nook and cranny and corner of the library, and I was a little bit shocked at what I saw. Because as you go in there and you experience what the library has to offer, you don't look at the cracks in the walls and the ceilings and the rust in the beams and the things that are so detrimental to the overall health of the library. And then we actually as council members, we meet with people who have sat in these seats before us, people that were ex-council members, ex-mayors. And we have opportunities to talk to them because they sat here. They understand what some of the things that have happened in the past. And so we seek their advice and their opinions on things. And we had an opportunity to talk to them about some of the issues that were going on. And two things came to light. Number one, they talked about the fact that, when I was on council in 1992, we were talking about this then too, and it still hasn't been done. And number two was, what do you mean this hasn't been fixed yet? Even they, as engaged as they are, didn't realize some of the issues that were going on. And they then had an opportunity to take a tour. Adam took them on a tour of the entire city facilities to take a look at everything we're dealing with. And one of the things that came out of all of these conversations was the fact that, we are Glendora. We deserve better. The residents of this community deserve better city facilities than what we have. And if we as a community believe that we deserve better and that we want something that lives up to what the citizens expect, then we got to find a way to pay for it. So I'm in agreement with Karen that I think this needs to, as much as I love the library and I would like to get something moving as soon as possible, I think this is a much bigger project than just addressing the library right now. Our police department, if you take that same tour of the police department, same things have been happening, Band-Aids on the police department for a variety of years, and it's not working. And we look and we talked about when we applied for that grant, I think the grant was like $8 million that we were looking for. And we're going, here we are going to think about spending another $8 million to put another Band-Aid on the building, as opposed to doing what we should have done years ago. And so I'm of the same opinion as Karen. I'm not quite sure where that begins. I think it begins with trying to engage some sort of a company to help us come up with concepts before we start doing the polling, to make sure that there's an overall assessment as to what we need. Because when people think of city facilities, they think of City Hall. But they don't think of the public works yard. They don't think of the transportation yard of our water facilities we are dealing with in a different area. Our parks are in relatively good shape, but there are some things that need done in the park. So there are some things that need to be done overall in the city, and I think it's time to have that bigger discussion. So that's my 2 bits.
Thank you, Gary. Michael, I think you're starting your 5th year up here. Correct me if I'm wrong. 6th year. So I know that you have a perspective too, so we'd like to hear that.
Well, I agree with everything that has been said so far, and I think that we need a new container for the library. But it goes beyond that. I believe, as what was said before, a civic center is something that we need to look at. You look at this building here, you look at this room, we've talked about expanding it and doing different things, and the price tag keeps coming back higher and higher as we wait longer. I think that going beyond the civic center might not be prudent at this point in time because that number just keeps escalating higher and higher. I think we have an idea what a civic center would cost roughly. And I think that doing a polling for that, for that cost would be something that would be amenable to do at this point in time. We cannot just keep kicking the can down the road. We have to take a stance. This is drinking water from a fire hose to a big degree because there is so much to do. I mean, you look at this building here, you look at the main building, you look at Adam's office up there, they took the panels down and, you know, it's beautiful up there, but it needs a lot of help. It needs a lot of work. It's tired. It's old. But we need to do something comprehensive. And I'd be more in line with doing a poll first, something similar to what the school district did, and for a comprehensive complex for this center here. There are other areas, the streets area, the streets yard definitely needs improvement. It needs something right away, but that's a big nut to crack. It's a lot of money, and I think we can maybe find some other ways of working around that. I would love to see all these structures fixed one way or another, but I don't think that the public or the voting public is going to really want to spend that kind of money. Somehow it's going to be on a property tax, and how we do that will left to be said. But I'm in favor of doing a poll up front with some assumption of costs, and just to kind of see where we're at. And then we have a good idea of what we can afford, what we can't afford, you know, such as mixers do. You know, do they want us to go back and put some Band-Aids on, which I would never recommend? Would they want just to fix the library, just to fix the police department, or do a comprehensive fix? Give them the choice. They're the ones that are going to have to pay for it. And we're representatives of them. So that's kind of the camp where I'm at right now, to find out where we're at the moment. We have an idea of what the cost might be, you know, somewhere around maybe 70 million, who knows? Adam would be a better arbiter of that, and go out there with True North and do what the split poll was suggested to do, and get an idea, get a read from our residents of what their appetite is.
Michael, thank you. David, you are the newest one here, but you're really not new. So give us your sense.
Yeah, just broken in. I think that, first of all, I hope and pray that the facilities will delay their demise, their decline, if you will, not demise, for this process to happen. I hope the calamity doesn't come. I agree. I would love to see us get it all corrected, and I think we should do as much as the resident audience appetite can support. So clearly some identification of all the items that need to be addressed, all the yards, an inventory, if you will, and then do a poll from the voters of what they can tolerate and will support, with some good visions, but some ideas. You know, I don't think that we're looking to go opulent and go crazy with it, but I think something functional and useful that will work. yeah, I would do as much as the public will support and go for it. Band-aiding, how do you fix something that keeps getting fixed without blowing it up? You know, if you go almost to complete reconstruction just to repair something, then wow, that was a mistake. So, no, we need to look at all the facilities, and it's pretty interesting to look around. And hey, people, we have a city yard. The city yard is a cobble of old sheds and barns and things when farms existed. And there's a metal shed down on Compromise Line that was just that, old sheds. So these weren't purpose-built buildings in their day, I'm sure. Their day has come. So I think we need to look at it, assess it. I love the ideas and the vision that, those Canadians, half the people leave half the year. Where do they get all their money? But, those are great visions and fun spaces to go to. I'd love to see us enjoy some of those fun spaces. So we need to do that. Physically, we don't have a lot of ground or footprint. If we say, hey, revision this whole center, scrape it and start over, wow. It's still the footprint we're locked into, so we need to do something with that and still have a place to park our horse. But yeah, I'd love to see us do that. I would certainly support moving to do the survey, fund the surveys, get those long-range vision plans and get it done. Thank you.
David, thank you. And I've been on council for 9 years, and I think we've tried, or at least we've attempted to fix the deck out there a couple times. And Mother Nature has said, no, it's not fixed. I'm going to win this one. And she's always won, as evident by some of the rain boots that our staff wears at times. The good news is that we have been doing a lot of fixing around here. In the past couple of years, we've invested more than $10 million in our parks. We're going to embark, as most of you know, to fix 220 miles of pipes over the next decade. And yet there's just more to be fixed because unfortunately we just haven't been able to do it. We're in a much better spot now. So I would agree with everything that has been said. I think that we should attempt to do it all. I think we should poll. There's a temperance that all of us have in terms of the budgets that we have. The good news is rates seem to be coming down. And I look at that as a former banker, and I am happy that that is occurring for all of us, for housing, for inflation, for everything. And so we've looked at some of those rates, and that is a positive thing. So I would concur with, I believe, what has been said. Let's poll. Let's have a big audacious goal to fix the big three, and if we need to peel that back, then we can. But let's just start with that and see what we can do, because I think doing it all will help us to be more efficient, and that's what we want to be. So Adam, you certainly have a very, very significant voice in this, and I'll just say it, that if we embark on this, you are here for the next 5 to 7 years until this baby's built.
I can feel
I don't care
the
what
not
city
sleep,
comes
yeah.
along, you're committed, and our attorney is going to write a contract that is ironclad. So you better think about that.
So build me a room with the construction.
You can build you, yeah.
One of the things, and Janet can answer more of the specific questions. When we started down the library path, it was I appreciated your comments early on that council's met with the library board and in fact, because of some of the nature of the building and potential infrastructure, we've had closed session conversations, for the better part of 2 years on this topic. And so we were really eager to share some of the findings with the public when we had the opportunity, including at the library board meeting. And so because the city has done a great deal of work on the library, one of the things staff thought may be an excellent data point is sort of this predication in a survey that we ask multiple questions. So the library board recommended in addition that we look at potentially not just the library, but other options for polling. And so you basically poll twice as many people, ask the same questions, except one you ask library and then one you ask a larger project to see, not in addition to just the fiscal amount, if there's a specific thing that the public likes more than the other, or if there is more of an appetite for. I would recommend that that's the approach we went down because we have done so much work on the library and because we know from our community survey it's the #1 valued service and the police department's close behind, that we get additional sets of data at the same time, while mildly more expensive, I think provides this council with another set of criteria in which to make a future discussion on. And I don't want to discount the work that the library board and the foundation has done to date with this investment we've done for a visioning exercise. I think it would be an important aspect that we do sort of this bilateral work to just get an idea of where we're at. And I think the important pieces included in your budgets for the past few years have been the facility assessments, many of which were put on hold because of COVID, when we learned just how woefully unprepared we were for anything remotely like COVID. And this council, I think what's not said this evening, is invested millions of dollars in new technologies and other aspects that provide us the opportunity, should we have to work from a different location for a period of time while there is construction, that we have the ability to do so. Janet and her staff have had conversations for the better part of 1.5 years or 2 years about what it looks like if they have to close the library for a period of time and open up somewhere else. And so, the philosophy that they have about the container and the knowledge and how we move that around is going to be put to the test in anything that we do, because we need to do something with the library. And I think at 8-9 million for status quo, I think we all sit here and look at each other and think that's a lot of money for the same thing. And definitely a voice both the library board and city council have put forth. So I don't know if I have any specific questions, but I would like us to move forward with sort of the additional data approach and looking at the library and the larger project just to get some comparative information. I think we saw with the school district that they asked multiple different funding opportunities, and the public definitely prefers one sort of fix or another. I think that's important for us to know as a body as well.
All right.
A motion from us, or
So,
you
yeah.
have a general idea?
I don't know if we need a motion. Is there any specific information that you need, Janet? Or anything you would like direction on?
Since I have been in touch with True North on and off over many, many months, that polling is very, very concrete. The examples that I have seen basically use language as if it was straight from the actual ballot measure that somebody sees when they go into the booth. That's what's read, right? So we, sometime along the road, we're going to need to construct those specifics for even to poll what we're talking about in terms of what facilities and how much. You can direct us to figure that out, or you can give us those parameters. I don't know if you have a
I
preference.
think True North has also come back, and there's a more expansive even polling that talks about different options and different dollar amounts. So we can not only tell the facility type, but also the dollar appetite, if there is one at all. So I think we can probably talk to Timothy about what that looks like. If it's more expensive, we would just come back to council for approval at that point. But I think talking to Timothy, who all of you know is wonderful at what he and his firm do, to just say, hey, Timothy, if we had to throw the kitchen sink at this and get all the data, what do you recommend? It's probably a longer process, but I think at this juncture, the information to lay out what's in front of us is important. But
There's a motion on our screen that describes some of what you've just said.
Okay.
Would you like us to?
or do you have enough information based on our dialogue up here to work with Janet and the pollster to come up with some good parameters?
Yes.
Done.
I think it's important to note that we can't go to the public twice, meaning,
Right.
hey, let's talk about the library. Then a year and a half, 2 years later, let's talk about the rest of the house.
Correct.
We need to tell them the state of events once and,
But I think we have
out.
consensus up here that we want a bigger project.
yeah, I think so.
Okay. So
Good with that?
yeah, we'll do some research on our end. We'll see what our options are. And if we have to come back for approval of an agreement, we'll do so.
So the consensus is, as you've heard, and I think we all understand that. And there's two members of the library board here, Erica and Toma. And Maggie Laura is director of the Friends Foundation. They're a part of this in an ancillary way. And Janet Stone, of course, is director of that beautiful gym that we all love. So I think we get it.
All right.
You good?
We're good.
We good? Okay.
Question on funding of this. Is there a need to appropriate funds without go over the?
If it's more than 50,000, we'll be back before you for approval. But Marie's back there and Kyle's back there. I think Kyle's still here. Or is he asleep?
No,
You-
he's there.
He's awake.
No.
So we will talk to them about how we move forward and if we have to identify funding. I'm less worried about the funding. Just the timeline moving forward is the more important thing here. So
Okay,
thank
Janet,
you.
Thank you.
thank you so much. Adam, appreciate everything that you've done. All right, we have one more thing, and not that I want to pressure Stephen Mature, but you are standing between us and the end. Stephen is up here
just
for
wrap this
the
up now.
Yeah, motion to approve. Is there a
Well,
motion?
let me just read, let me just,
Yeah.
the attorney's gonna smack me
End
down.
of the meeting.
First
not the
reading.
actual end.
Yeah, the actual end. First reading and introduction of an ordinance adding section 13.18 of the Glendora Code, establishing the slow or safe streets program, as some of us would like to opine on that. So now that the title has been read, if there's a motion that anybody wants to make, you can make.
We
No,
can be fast
Stephen-
and safe on this.
Stephen,
one,
please.
so
There you go,
yeah,
Stephen.
We'll be
I
fast
be-
and safe.
I believe the appropriate term, Stephen, is
Move ahead.
filibuster.
Yes, yeah.
Filibuster.
Yeah.
All right, well, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Try to get through this as quickly as possible. I think the slow streets or safe streets is a great way to think about this. So we'll talk about what that means, recent examples that we've done in the city, go over the ordinance language, and then next steps. So first and foremost, this is about improving road safety. The graphic on the right shows you survivability from collisions at various speeds. That's for an able-bodied person. That doesn't look at seniors, doesn't look at kids. As a parent, that chart scares me. We all want our kids to be outside playing more, but not when cars are heavier, larger, and faster. This is accomplished through reducing speed in neighborhood or non-arterial streets. It's aimed at improving quality of life, so residents feel more comfortable walking, letting their kids bike to school. Also, and as mentioned, the physical activity that comes with this. It's also about education. So let's us show the public what these different treatments are. Let's us reach them in a new way that we typically don't get to do. Social media is very limited. Most people don't have time to come to a standard workshop after work. So this lets us get out in the public, show them what we're talking about. It also allows us to do infrastructure changes. There's enforcement, education, and infrastructure. Enforcement's very expensive. That's putting a police officer out there every day to monitor activity. That may not be feasible in all situations. This lets us address really the root cause, which is the infrastructure, the way our roads are designed. And that also, as I mentioned, the stakeholder collaboration. We get to, again, work directly with residents, stakeholders to show them what we're doing. And it supports our long-term transportation policies and projects. We have the Glendora People Movement Project. We have the A-Line arriving in the city. We also have our transit fleet. So these really are, bringing these different policies, programs, and projects together. So recent examples, the city really has been a leader, not just in the San Gabriel Valley, but in LA County. We have done the Roll to the Stroll. That was our first one back in 2019. We did a long-term demonstration during COVID on Glendora Avenue, Washington Elementary, which is starting construction tomorrow. So again, a really positive outcome of these types of projects. Village Crosswalk, and probably the most prominent one is the Mita Avenue one, where we closed Mita Avenue in the village and repurpose that as a public space. So really, this is something we've already been doing as a city. Now this is just formalizing it and giving us a new tool to address road safety issues. So why do we need this tool? Right now, in the Traffic Safety Committee, we're very limited in how we respond to resident concerns over speeding, other safety. We have to do warrant studies looking at traffic, collision history, ticket history. It's a very reactive approach. This lets us be proactive now. So if a resident says they're speeding, we can go out there, survey residents, and now we have a tool to do it. We're not reliant upon a kind of a rear view mirror approach to these issues. We can again, this is limited to non-arterial streets, so this won't be on Route 66, won't be on Grand, certainly will not be on the Lone Hill exits off the 210 freeway, which we all know and love very well. And so what these improvements are really at the base level, these can be things like signage that say slow down. I think we've seen all those signs throughout the city that say, slow down. Those are not city signs, but that's something that we can do. All the way up to road closures like we did with Mita Avenue. That's a very extreme example, not something that we would do on every street, but really we have a range of tools now that we did not have before. Oh, sorry, got stuck. There we go. So as I mentioned, part of this new policy are some guide rails on how it can be implemented. So there is about 6 to 8 steps within the ordinance that cover that we have to do outreach. We have to evaluate network capacity. So for example, if we reduce a lane or we close a street, we have to make sure that cars can still circulate, they can still get around, that we're not causing undue impact to neighboring areas. We have to clearly designate those areas, and we have to show them on our website, have a public process to document why we made those decisions. We have to determine the appropriate level of treatment. So again, we're not closing every road. That would be an extreme example. Typically, what other cities have done with their policies are just putting up signs, limiting access to residents only, things like that. Very kind of low level improvements. But again, now we have a much broader tool set to address these. And lastly, I think which is really interesting is providing an annual report to council, which will not only allow council to give input on how the treatments have performed to date, but also on where are future areas that we can address, right? So you can tell staff we would think these streets should be, or we don't think these streets should be. That would be the vehicle for doing that. That also gives us opportunity to go after grants. A lot of those slow street demonstration grants I showed, that was really done on an ad hoc basis. This is now a formal, rationalized process for going after grants and targeting areas that we know need those improvements. So in terms of the next step is after the second reading in about a month, we'll be developing a policy. This is what the public will be using to submit requests to staff to be evaluated through the city manager. We'll update our website to document the policy, showcase where these projects may or may not be, and then also have the final ordinance presented to the council. And with that, I can take any questions the council has.
Stephen, thank you. Excellent job. And we appreciate this work and appreciate the tool that now it gives us all. So thank you. Questions for Stephen? Anybody?
I have
David?
one, just an observation. It looks like this tool gives us the opportunity to accelerate solutions where you mentioned the Washington School project, and a great solution. It's an exciting date. It starts tomorrow, but it's been 18 months to get to tomorrow.
Yes, and I think that Washington's probably I'd say besides Mita Avenue is the catalyst for, I think, the need for this, right? Where there are no collisions, there's not a documented history justifying this, again, under the old way. With this ordinance, we could be much more proactive in responding to those issues.
Great news. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay.
Great job. And also I appreciated the 2 puns, vehicle and guardrail. Well done.
Thank you.
You're good. Michael?
Yeah. So thank you for the Safe Streets presentation.
I got that note down here.
Got
so,
that
yeah.
note. So after we approve this,
Mhm.
then we only basically get reports after the fact annually.
So well, there's two, you have multiple actually bites of the apple here. The annual report would be really kind of the big picture where you could help us, you'd tell staff what the priorities are to focus on going forward, as also reviewing whether or not we keep those current treatments in place, right? So that's one way. The other way too is that whenever we do demonstration projects, for example, those are usually well in excess of $50,000. So we would be coming back to you for requests for funding, for approval, project approvals, that kind of thing. Also too, throughout the annual budget process, we'd be requesting things like signs that put up for people's home, at homes, on parkways. So, again, there's lots of opportunities for council input on the process. In addition to the form that we're creating, that is going to be kind of one level that we evaluate projects. So just because you submit a form does not mean that you automatically get a project on your street. There is a process that we have to go through. And the ordinance lays out about 8 steps that staff has to follow before we even get to deploying a project.
This is a tool then for the traffic committee,
Yes,
and that's made up of your group, Public Works and PD?
correct. Yeah, and now council will have involvement with the annual report and also the budgeting process as well.
Great, thank you.
Gary, did you have something? No? Okay. Well, I guess that's the end of the meeting. huh?
You said the end and maybe it's here,
The
Stephen.
end is now here. Well,
All right.
we do have a motion by Karen and seconded by Michael. Please vote.
And I'll quickly do the oral roll calls.
Roll call.
Alois.
Yes.
Boyer.
Always.
Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedel.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. That is the end of our meeting. Is there anything else that anybody?
I think we can
needs to say?
adjourn the meeting, Mayor, and
Are done at 10:05.
thank you.